It's just gone 9 a.m. Central African time. A very good morning to you if you've just joined us. And if you don't know, of course, the SABC board inquiry continues today. We'll be there at about 9:30. We'll go there live. We know there's a lot of interest, of course, in that particular event happening in Parliament. But Elvis, today, our question falls on President Zuma, who's ruled out any notion of a third term.
But that is very interesting. But he did say, do not fall. People that want to run for the position shouldn't put up their hands, but very interestingly mentioned that South Africa is ready for a female president.
That's why we're asking you the question on screen. What do you think? Is South Africa ready for a woman to lead the country? Wow, we've got some tweets in already because South Africans are passionate about this particular question. Let's have a look at what people are saying.
Kunika says, it is long overdue, Newsroom. Well, interesting there.
This one from Obi, he comes out, he says, it's multifaceted. South Africa is a very patriarchal society. Noted. Let us first achieve economic freedom, and only then a woman can lead. Aye, Bob.
That is very controversial.
It's a very...
That is very controversial. You might get your head, your head being bit off by the feminist there. This one from Mufamadi says, only the ANC who are ready for a woman president. Well, what do you make of that? I would like to get your thoughts on that on the Twitter handle at SABC Newsroom as well as on the Facebook page. But Eben, we're also conducting a poll.
Yeah, we're conducting a poll because we've got the Justice Minister, Mr. Michael Masuta. He's ready to come in shortly. So we're asking you on the release of a member of the Azanian People's Liberation Army, APLA, the former military wing of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, PAC, Kenny Motsamai, the release. We're running a poll.
As you know, he was released, so we're asking you, are you happy finally with the release of Kenny Motsamai from prison? Well, so far, 104 votes in, 74% of you are saying yes, we are happy, 26% are saying no. You can also tweet us on the question there. We'll also ask a couple of questions there to the Minister a little bit later in the program, so stay tuned.
Absolutely, the Minister's ready, we're ready. We're going to get this show on the road. Elvis will hit you with the headlines.
Parliament's ad hoc committee inquiry into SABC resumes this morning with the former SABC board chairpersons Ellen Chabalala and Ben Ngubane to take the stand. We'll probably go there live a little bit later in the program. President Jacob Zuma says the country is ready for a woman president. The president was speaking at 3 SABC radio news programs as part of unpacking the January 8th statement. And Judge Mokwatleng is expected to hand down a written judgment on the case of the Wit student leader, Mkhebo Dlamini, at the Johannesburg High Court this morning. Now, those are all your headlines, but before we get to the news, let's find out from Eben what's happening on the sports front. Very good morning.
Yeah, obviously got a cracking sporting weekend ahead of us. The first really busy one of the year thus far. And of course, it was a great day for the Proteas yesterday. Protea batsman Hashim Amla scored a century in his 100th test match as he and JP Dumini put South Africa in complete command against Sri Lanka at the Wanderers. Of course, the score was 338 for 3 at the end of the day's play.
Long-time servant of South African cricket isn't elated.
Of course, the African Nations Cup kicked off tomorrow. The SABC will broadcast live all the matches of Africa's biggest football spectacle, the AFCON. And in golf, Trevor Fisher Jr. leads the South African Open. But world number 2, Rory McIlroy, made an impressive start. He's only one back heading into today's second round. Now, of course, before I hand it back to Elvis, I just want to run our picture of the day because it was such an impressive achievement. Our picture of the day comes from Anush, who says, it's captioned, congratulations to Hashim Amla for his 100 in his 100th test match. Wonderful performance by the stalwart of South African cricket. Well, that's where we are right now. Let's go over to Elvis for the top stories.
Thank you, Eben. And we're starting off with President Jacob Zuma, who has ruled out any notion that he may seek a third term when the ANC hold its elective conference in December. He says there's a general understanding that the party should not create two centers of power. He also said that anyone in good standing can stand for any position in the ANC and that it's not a tradition for the deputy president to automatically become the party president. The president was speaking on 3 of the SABC Sesotho radio stations last night.
The ANC has just celebrated its 105th anniversary and its 12th president delivering his last address. Now, President Zuma is unpacking the party's January 8th statement as it prepares to hold its 54th conference later this year. With contestation already intensifying for top positions, he's ruled himself out of the running.
No, not me. I'm not going to accept it. I've been saying that all the time. I've done my 2 terms. Again, this is an understanding that emerged within the ANC that much as there isn't a constitutional point, the practice that has emerged since we are now in government, and therefore the president of the ANC has happened that would become the president of the country. I think the correct feeling has been, which I share, you can't say when you have a president of the ANC who is the president of the country, the president of the ANC must also, these two must exist parallel. Because if that is the case, you are creating a kind of 2 centers of power.
Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa and AU Commission Chair Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma have emerged as the early front-runners. While some have suggested that the deputy should ascend automatically, others have called for a woman president. And President Zuma says women leading in the ANC is no longer the issue.
You would know that the ANC has led the charge insofar as promoting the empowerment of women. And they are in very key leaderships in outside of the government, within government. In the ANC, this is no longer the issue, really. It has been accepted that they can hold any other kind of position, so that is not an issue at all. That's why no one is talking about that. In the ANC, that's no longer the issue. The issue, of course, I'm sure particularly the women, as you know, even when we went to Polokwane in 2007, the issue had already arisen that they needed, at the top 6, very important position should be held by a woman. At that time, I think they were looking at the deputy president.
And anyone in good standing is eligible.
There is nothing that says once you are a deputy president is then a foregone conclusion, because there has been contestation even at that point. Even in Mangaung, as you know, quite a number of people, I think there are about 3 comrades who were contesting for this position. So I'm just saying it's not a policy. It's not even like an accepted tradition as such. It has just happened that at a given time, certain people with the kind of understanding from other comrades felt, well, this one could follow, etc. So that is not is a statement that people just make, not because it is true.
President Zuma has urged the party supporters to discuss the principle and not names when it comes to leadership at the moment. The party is trying to instill unity ahead of the conference. Mzondi Lembeje, SABC News, Pretoria.
Parliament's ad hoc committee inquiry into the SABC has decided against calling further witnesses, ruling out the testimony from the former CEO, Jimmy Matthews, and parliamentary editor, Vuyani Green. They had asked to testify following allegations of censorship that was leveled against them by some witnesses. The committee will resume its hearings today with the last 2 witnesses, the former board persons, Ben Ngubane and Alan Chabalala, expected to testify. The committee is expected to grill them on numerous issues, including Hlaudi Motsoeneng's appointment as Chief Operations Officer. The committee chairperson, Vincent Smith, says that the decision not to call further witnesses was a collective one. Meanwhile, The Inquiry Committee Chair, Vincent Smith, spoke to SABC News earlier this morning about what to expect in today's hearings and proceedings. Now, Smith also elaborated on the way forward for the Inquiry Committee after today's testimonies.
We start the proceedings at 9:30 this morning, and we expect that Dr. Ben Gubane would appear before the committee. And immediately we're done with that part of it, the next witness will be Ms. Ellen Shabalala.
There's obviously been a lot said during the inquiry, and a lot of people have been implicated without having the ability to respond to some of the implications. And the two names that come to mind, Jimmy Matthews, Vianney Green, they're not able to testify. They're not able to come forward and tell their version of events. Why have you decided this? Why are you not giving those people that requested a voice not to be able to do this?
Leanne, let me remind you that when we first drafted our program, both those names that you mentioned were included in the program. We pursued Jimmy Matthews for about 2 weeks, and he indicated that he was not available because he was out of the country. In the case of Mr. Green, he indicated that he didn't think that it would add anything to participate. We therefore drew up and finalized our program accordingly. They subsequently then, after thinking about it, requested to appear before the committee. Unfortunately, our program had been finalized. However, it's not as bad as it appears, because every South African, including the two names you've mentioned, still have the ability through an affidavit to submit whatever it is they want to submit, and it'll be considered by the committee. So it's not as if we've shut them out completely.
Have you received any affidavits as yet from people that have been implicated in this inquiry?
Yes, we've received at least 2 affidavits that we have submitted and or distributed to members, and those affidavits will be considered when we start preparing our report next week, Tuesday.
So those names, are we allowed to know them, or is that confidential at this stage?
Well, I haven't asked for their permission at this point to divulge their names, but the documents are public documents, and I'm sure that when it's distributed to members, it will be made public to everybody else, but we've received at least 2.
So just on a closing note, Ellen Shabalala and Ben Ngubane, those are the final people to be testifying, and then it is closed as of today?
Well, what is closed after today is the warm body or face-to-face interactions. Thereafter, we go into the report writing phase, and finally, we will present a report to Parliament.
Well, the Pan-Africanist Congress member who had been behind bars for over 28 years was released on parole on Wednesday. Kenny Motsumai was arrested in 1989 after escaping from prison and then killing a police officer. Motsumai was serving a sentence for his crimes that were committed during the liberation struggle against apartheid. Correctional Services officials were accused of sneaking out the PAC hero from the facility to avoid creating a spectacle. Motsumai has been on day parole since last year, when he was released to visit his family wearing a tracking device. The Justice Minister, Advocate Michael Masuta, now joins us here in studio for more on the story. Justice Minister, very good morning to you and welcome.
Good morning, and morning to the viewers.
Are you able to provide us some clarity on the circumstances of Kenny Motsumai's release?
Yeah. Well, let me first indicate that Mr. Shadrach Doshani, alias Kenny Motsumai, and must indicate that it was a bit of a challenge to locate the correct person initially in our correctional facilities because of the discrepancy in the names. Is currently serving 2 life sentences following an armed robbery at a Rainbow Chicken factory in Rustenburg, and subsequently the murder of a traffic officer whilst he was escaping following the incident in 1993. And of course, in 1996, he applied for amnesty with the TRC unsuccessfully. And thereafter, in 2007, he was amongst the just over 2,000 applicants who approached the multi-party reference group that was set up by the former president Thabo Mbeki to look at the granting of presidential pardon to persons who who felt that their crimes were politically motivated but were not considered favorably by the TRC. He was not shortlisted amongst the 149 that were shortlisted out of that longer list. And in any case, the then president could not proceed with that project because that decision to consider that category of persons for pardon was actually challenged successfully up to the Constitutional Court. And as we speak currently, the project has since been frozen. I myself, when I took office, and after consultation with the current president, we sought to revisit this matter. And upon consultation with the parties who had brought the matter before court, it became clear that it is not a matter we are likely to be able to successfully proceed with at this stage. They threatened to go back to court if we insisted. So we're still engaged in discussions with the parties. But in the meantime, government decided that we needed to fast track the other avenue, and that is considering all those who qualify under the parole system to be placed on parole. We initially started with the 149, identified them, looked at what is it that delayed their parole, those that had qualified for it, and we made sure that all the necessary administrative and other requirements are dealt with so that they are in a position to be considered. Mr. Motsamai falls under the second phase of that project, and that is looking at the broader approximately 2,000 who were not considered politically motivated offenders. And it is on that basis that his case was considered. And of course, there are many others that are still being considered. But just to say that of the 149, we can safely say that all who were still in our correctional facilities, and this includes people from different political parties, including right-wing parties, etc., have now been disposed of, except about 9 who have not yet met the criteria to be considered for parole.
Now, we're asking our viewers what they make of Kenny Motsamai's parole, but there have been talks, and we're going to go to Eben, who's going to give us an update on the poll just now, but there have been talks about Motsamai's imprisonment because he was a political prisoner based on the crime that he committed by killing the officer during apartheid. But as the correctional services, do you believe that it was a political crime that was committed during that period?
There is no law currently that provides for consideration of persons for parole or presidential pardon or any other reprieve based on political grounds. The law that was created for that purpose was the Truth and Reconciliation Act. And in terms of that dispensation, Mr. Motsamai was not considered favorably, and that's how he was not able to obtain amnesty at this stage. So what we are doing currently is identifying persons who formed the list, as I said, and making sure that whatever administrative barriers or hiccups on our side that are causing delay of them being considered for parole, that those are dealt with. And this is also being used as a test case in order to develop norms and standards for dealing with all our 166,000 inmates in our country.
Eben, bring us up to speed with that poll that we're asking our viewers there.
Yeah, we've been running a poll on this very interesting case around Kenny Motsamai, former UPLA member, and we're asking you, are you happy with the release from prison of Kenny Motsamai? Elvis, 113 people have voted. That's giving us a real sense about what the kind of sentiment we have out in the public. And 74% say yes, they're very happy with it. It'll be interesting to know why 26%, who they are and why they say no. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting story, and one of those that really polarizes South Africa because of the kind of subject matter that we're dealing with. But back to you.
Mr. Minister, the process took a very long time, 28 years this man spent in prison. Now you explained the phases for us. This is going to be the second phase of that process. But I want to go back to the point that you made, that the process, the first process that was frozen. Why was that decision taken at that point in time to freeze the process?
Well, there were a number of objections that were raised against the process by the NGOs who brought the matter to court, and of course succeeded up to the Constitutional Court. I cannot off the cuff spell out the detail of it, but amongst others, it was the insistence on full disclosure and the circumstances of the offences, etc. The issue of participation of victims, for example, it's a matter that we undertook from a correction side, because we have that capacity, which justice at the time didn't have, of proper engagement of victims, and we've been facilitating that in the interim. So like I said, we have not abandoned the process. We're still in engagement with those NGOs, whilst at the same time we're trying to reduce the areas of difference with a view of being able to revisit the matter. But whilst that is taking place, we're fast-tracking the process of parole. You must understand that the way in which the parole system works, firstly, there is no dispensation for consideration on political grounds in terms of the law governing the system currently. That was a special dispensation established by the TRC, and of course the former president sought to create such a special dispensation under the general presidential pardon system, which resulted in the kind of, was confronted with the kind of stumbling blocks that I've alluded to. So what we are actually focusing on now, primarily, is to ensure that we streamline our processes at corrections that would expedite the consideration of persons for parole who qualify to be considered. And just to remind people that parole does not mean an end of your sentence. If you're sentenced for life, you are sentenced for life. So Mr. Motsamai will continue to serve his sentence for life, but for as long as he does not break his parole conditions, would be able to do so outside of a correctional facility.
Would there still be conditions and restrictions placed on Motsamai?
The conditions are relaxed over time, and they can always be revisited on application and motivation. The idea really is to deal with a number of issues. One is to facilitate reintegration and continuation of the rehabilitation trajectory that the former inmate is placed on. But the other one is risk management. I can tell you that when we took office 2 years ago, the compliance with parole conditions was in the region of 85–86%. It's currently at almost 99% because we're taking all the steps to ensure that we minimize prospects of reoffending once a person is placed on parole. And these conditions are amongst efforts that are made to ensure that the interests of society and the safety of society is taken into consideration as well.
Now, on his release, Motsamai said there's still a number of freedom fighters, and you did indicate that you are busy with that process. How many of those fighters are we talking about, of political prisoners that are still languishing? And you did indicate the process, but I would like to sort of get a sense how long that process will take in order for them to be released.
Look, others continue to be, it's an ongoing process. Others continue to be released through the normal parole system. Once a person who is serving life, for example, has completed 20 years in our correctional facilities, they are automatically eligible to be considered upon application for parole. But parole is not a right, it's a privilege, you have to earn it. And the profile talks to the prospects of whether you will receive parole or not. Amongst other things that we look at, of course, is doing a risk assessment to see what are the prospects of this, because we've had a number of instances where persons upon release, within days or months, go and kill, go and rape, and then they're back into our facilities again, but at a cost. So we're trying to manage that as well.
Advocate, Minister, thank you so much for your time and joining us here in studio.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Of course, was the Justice Minister, Advocate Michael Masuta, here in studio. Now, we're asking you that question, of course, and I'm going to give over to Eben to alert you to the poll that we are conducting today.
Yeah, we've got lots of comments coming in. Of course, it's an emotive issue. It's one of those that often polarizes South Africa. Kabiso says, please release all political prisoners that are left behind. The hashtag he talks about, of course, PAC in that sort of context. Unati comes back, he says he's more than happy. I hope that they will do so to other freedom fighters that are still in jail. And this one from Mfunduyake says his release is long overdue. And our final one from Klinika says long overdue. Simple, long overdue. Now, the president of the Sahrawi, Brahim Ghali, has appealed to the African Union not to readmit Morocco as a member of the AU. Ghali was invited to South Africa by President Jacob Zuma. He expressed confidence that the newly elected General Secretary of the UN, Antonio Guterres, will prioritize the full independence of his country. Now, our foreign and acting political editor, Sophie Mokoena, exclusively spoke to President Ghali about the country's independence and its relationship with Morocco.
الجمهورية العربية الصحراوية الديمقراطية عضو مؤسس في الاتحاد الإفريقي.
The Sahrawi Republic is a founding member of the African Union. It is benefiting from all the things that every single country of the African continent is benefiting from, and has the responsibility. The African Union has taken very strong position and quite advanced in support of the struggle of the Sahrawi people. It has appointed a special envoy for Western Sahara in the person of Joaquin Chissano. It has denounced the repression that is taking place in the occupied territory of Western Sahara. It has denounced the plundering of the resources of Western Sahara by the Moroccan government or by some international companies. Its voice has been clear-cut within the Security Council through its personal representative, Joaquin Chissano. It is a position that is honoring Africa. It is very strong, and we are very satisfied and thankful to the African Union.
The African Union member countries, the 52 member countries, are they themselves, as individual countries, doing enough?
حرية واستقلالية البلد.
It varies.
حسب حرية واستقلالية البلد.
It depends on the independence and sovereignty of each country.
حسب المناطق.
Depending on the region.
حسب التأثير الخارجي.
Depend on the foreign intervention and influence.
وحسب ضعف الدولة.
And depend on the weakness of the country itself.
لكن الأغلبية الساحقة مع هذا الحق.
But the overwhelming members of the African Union are supportive of the right of the Sahrawi people's self-determination. We are confronted with the...
Well, unfortunately, we have to cut out of that interview. We will return to it. We've also got Isaac Como with me in studio. He's supposed to give us a little bit of analysis. We'll record this interview with Isaac and we'll replay it in due course. But as you can understand, we now have to cross live to Parliament, where the ad hoc committee into the SABC board's fitness to hold office is currently sitting. Vincent Smith presiding.
Format will be very much the same. We will allow the evidence leader, Advocate Vanara, to kickstart the proceedings. Advocate Vanara, you've got about 40 minutes, 45 minutes at the absolute latest. whereafter we will then afford members an opportunity to further interrogate matters that would have been raised. We will allow members no more than 7 minutes for your engagement. So let us request you to prioritize your questions. You will not have more than 7 minutes to engage. And so that you're not ambushed, we'll start with you on, so you prepare yourself. We'll do childcare. We'll go as we've been working in the past. So it'll be childcare, it will be Killian, followed by Loliwe. We'll come down this way, go that way. So that's how we will do it. Every member would have a maximum of 7 minutes. So please prepare yourself accordingly. When the time arrives, we will indicate that to you. As has been normal practice, could we request everybody that is in this room to put your phone off? We are transcribing what is happening, and the interference from your phone actually interferes with the integrity of the quality of the transcripts. So can we request members and everybody present to put your phone off so that you do not interfere with the integrity of the transcripts that are there. Having done with the formalities and the welcome, Dr. Ngubane, I have been informed that you have chosen to take the oath. And that being the case, sir, please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry. Notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Sir, may you raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you very much. Advocate Vanara, you've got until 10:15.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to yourself, honorable members, and to you, Dr. Ngubane. Dr. Ngubane, can you please, for the record, state your full names?
It's Baldwin Sipho Ngubane, but also known as Ben Ngubane because my other name is Benjamin.
You were the chairperson of the SABC board around 2009 to 2013, is that correct?
2010, January to March 2013.
During that period, you're aware the public protector had conducted an investigation on certain happenings at the SABC. Is that correct?
Professor Ngubane, when you speak, you can put the mic on. He'll put his off. If they're both on at the same time, it interferes. So as you respond, you can press your mic, sir.
That's correct. but only the final report was released when I was no longer at SABC.
Your board was meant to serve a period of 5 years, is that correct?
Up to 2014, yes.
And that board did not finish its term. Can you shed light around the circumstances?
Well, first of all, I must remark, Chairperson, that I got an invitation to come here very late towards Christmas. I'd already made arrangements for my holiday. I then wrote you that it would be impossible to appear on the 10th of January because I'll just be returning from my holiday. I requested that I be given the 16th of January so that I can prepare myself adequately to appear before you. I was not given that, but given the 13th. So I've not had enough time to prepare for this. First of all, your letter...
Please, may you speak into the mic, sir?
Sorry?
Could you speak into the mic?
Your letter gave me the terms of reference of this inquiry. This inquiry was about the current SABC board to seek out its ability to take correct decisions and to lead the SABC. My board, the one I chaired, was never mentioned in those terms of reference. In fact, the terms of reference are even more confusing because you speak of previous boards and you don't specify the timing, the period. You speak of current board members, but there are no current board members because the board of SABC is not in existence. It's not there. So I have difficulty in contextualizing what your purpose is by calling me here. I came because I've served in this parliament for 10 years, and I respect parliament. So I came here because the issues that were being discussed were of national importance. I want to make this clear. My head, so to say, was shaved in this house in my absence. You allowed people to comment on me without letting me know that I should be here or send my representative. So I have serious reservations, and I reserve my right to take further action if your findings are adverse, because I think that would be unfair. So you talked to me about why the board I chaired was dissolved prematurely. We had, obviously, like any other board, a lot of differences.
Just before you continue, Dr. Ngubane, the terms of reference of this ad hoc committee are very clear. They're very clear. And they have been adopted by the National Assembly. 400 members of the National Assembly. So they're very clear. We are very clear on what it is that we want to achieve. The second point, Dr. Ngubane, is whilst you might be correct that we were looking at the current board, but maybe we should remind you, sir, that in trying to correct the mistakes of the current board, there were certain matters that had started previous or prior to that board having been in place. So ours is trying to get a holistic picture of what is happening. It's really not about the individual, it's really trying to understand, because the ultimate goal is to try and find permanent solutions to our questions. And then the final point that I thought I should make, Professor Ngubane, is that when we took a decision to invite witnesses so that we could inquisitorially get to the bottom of it, it was not only limited to board members. Everybody that we thought would add value to our work have and were invited. So let's just clarify that it was never about the current board members. It was about everybody that we thought would assist Parliament in fixing up what it needs to do. And to the extent that the questions that are asked can be answered by you, we would request that you do so. Where you say it was outside of your term, that is also fine with us. We will take all those into consideration when we report. And our letter to you, dated the 15th of December, indicated clearly that we'd ask you about what transpired during your tenure. That was our letter to you. It said, please come and report on what transpired during your tenure. And that letter could be made available to you if needs be. So I don't want us to have a debate about where we're going to go and where we're not going to go. You have the right, as you indicate, that if you thought that what we asked you was unfair, you haven't prepared adequately for it, I think that the committee will consider that in our own recommendations, because we wouldn't expect you to understand, or not understand, but to remember everything. And also in terms of your appearance, we had drawn a program as a committee and agreed on the program. And our program was informed by the deadlines that Parliament had set for us. That you were on recess is something that we took into consideration. And thus we allowed you 3 extra days for further preparations. We could not move to the 16th without jeopardizing our own time frames as the committee. And I thought we had corresponded to your lawyers accordingly after they had sent a second or third letter saying, please give us from the 10th to the 13th, or extend it beyond the 10th. We tried to meet a middle ground. And I'm hoping that at least would have allowed you more time than would have been if the case was the 10th to do it. And I thought that was a fair compromise from both sides, that we afforded you that opportunity. I really do not want us to have a dialogue in terms of fairness or otherwise of the proceedings. If there is any dissatisfaction, Dr. Gumbane, you can always defer to the committee, and we will consider that in our report. But it has never been the case up to now, not with any of the other witnesses who we also had to juggle around in terms of trying to find a time that was suitable to all of us. So I just want to reiterate, the letter indicated the 15th of December that you will be expected to respond to what transpired during your tenure. We did indeed receive your request for additional time because you had prior arrangements, and we did as best as we could in that regard. And finally, you've just sworn that you will answer all questions legally put to you, notwithstanding the reservations that you've had. That's what you swore to now, that you'll answer all questions legally put to you. So I'm appealing to all sides that we try and conduct and conclude this business as amicably as we possibly can, and everybody would reserve the right to respond to whatever the final outcome is. So that, I hope, Dr. Ngubane, then helps us address the question. I would have thought that these reservations would have been brought to the attention of the committee so that we could have discussed them at some point. But to bring them to the committee at this level is something that we can't not talk to as a committee. Because indeed you were given adequate time. You were given adequate time from the time that we wrote to you and agreed that it's the 10th. And we would have had behind-the-scenes engagement. So I don't want members to respond. I'm hoping, Dr. Ngubane, that you at least hear our side of the story and that we take this matter forward as we had agreed to, that there would be questions asked, that you would respond to those questions where possible. Members would engage with any further detail that they'd want to engage with, and we would take the proceedings forward. that's the plea from the chair, that that's how we proceed with the matters. And indeed, you reserve the right, if you feel that you are not adequately prepared to answer a particular question, that you for the record, say that you're not adequately prepared, and we will deal with it in our final report. Can I afford you an opportunity, 5 minutes just to respond if you want to, and then we will go back to our proceedings.
With respect, Chairperson,
yes, sir.
You cannot compress 3 years' events into 3 days. You say I was given adequate time. It was totally inadequate. There are huge events that happened at SABC, right from the time of the interim board, we taking over, trying to resolve the issues. But not only that, the problems at SABC begin around 2007, 2008. The last profit report at SABC was in 2006. So it's a long story. It's a deep problem. Just with respect, I want to point that out.
Over to you, Advocate Vanara. You have got until 10:30. I'm sorry.
May I respond?
Oh, yes, you may, sir.
All right. You were asking about why the board did not finish its term. There was the Auditor General report, which was ordered by the Portfolio Committee of Communications, that the AG does a full and complete study of events in terms of governance, financial management, compliance with legislation, all sorts of things that govern a good corporation, observing the PFMA, the Companies Act regulations, the Broadcasting Act. The AG did that. But not only that, the Special Investigation Unit also did its work. There were a lot of issues raised, but the issue that collapsed the board was the SIU report dealing with the public viewing areas that were put together for the 2010 World Cup. Now, this was during the tenure of the board I chaired. The SIU questioned the dereliction of fiduciary duty on the part of my board when it came to bidding, when it came to adjudication, when it came to finalizing the suppliers for the public viewing areas. They classified this expenditure as fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure. And the SIU questioned whether, in fact, my board was not criminally responsible. But they put a qualifier. They said the extent of the negligence and responsibility will have to be examined further. Now, the lawyers said this report could not be handled or dealt with by the board. It was a matter for the minister because the board could not be a player and referee. Now the issue comes here. They conveyed this message through Claude Motsoneng, who was the acting COO. The board members say they want the report. Claude says, I can't give you the report because legal opinion says it must go to the minister. Then the fight started. And I said to my colleagues, surely, if the legal opinion is such that we must give it to the minister, they will have to do so. Well, many arguments went up and down. They convened a meeting here in Cape Town while I was engaged in Pretoria. They decided that they were going to demote Claude from being acting COO back to being stakeholder manager, executive in the CEO's office. They came to me with a letter. I said, listen, this is in contravention of the Broadcasting Act. You cannot call a meeting, not invite the chairperson when he's in the country and available. And then you take a resolution and now I must execute it. I said, no. I said, in fact, I do not recognize the resolution or your meeting. Then I said, I'm leaving because the board, to me, had become dysfunctional. So I resigned. That's the story of how that board collapsed.
Thanks, Doc. You correct, the Public Protector report was released after your board had ceased to exist. But knowing that the report dealt with the happenings during your tenure at the SABC, did you have sight of the report and did you read the report?
I had sight of the provisional report by the Public Protector. I wrote a long letter detailing my response on behalf of the board to the provisional report of the Public Protector. The Public Protector dealt with Mosoneng falsifying his matric qualifications. It had dealt with irregular salary increments, and it also had dealt with the increases that he had given his staff. I pointed all this out. For instance, on the issue of matric, Claudi was appointed at SABC in 1995. Claudi had been a street kid, without parents, without a home in Kwakwa. He had managed to get sufficient help to go to school. He had reached the level of matric, but he couldn't finish that, so he kept studying on and off. However, because he was a street-smart person, he organized plays, particularly during the struggle period, sketches and everything in halls. He went to sports and reported and sent reports to the SABC about sporting events in the Free State. These reports were good enough to be used. Later, in 2003, I think, but it's somewhere there, Alvin Klopper, who was the head of provinces or regions, let's call it, because that was the definition at the time, realizing that the audience ratings at Radio Lesedi had started to rise from very low levels, which were then characterizing all our radio stations. Their audience ratings were very low, and therefore advertisers were not putting money into those stations. Realizing that Lesedi was doing well, and checking why it was doing well, they found that it was because it was reporting relevant news, because Claudio was supplying information to news. And they concluded that they needed to take him on permanently. Alvin Kloppers put an affidavit to the Public Protector stating exactly why he employed Claudi Mosoneng when knowing, because Claudi told him when he said, I want you to come full-time to SABC, that he didn't have a matric. He states this in his affidavit to the Public Protector. The then head of station at the time, Claudio was at Lesedi, also put an affidavit to the Public Protector saying, the issue of matric never concerned us because we took this person because of the skills that he had shown, and we incorporated him into the SABC. Naturally, you would have expected this to influence the final report. It didn't. It was not even considered by the Public Protector, these two affidavits. I also stated that we came to SABC in 2010. Claudia had been at SABC from 1995. Previous boards, previous management had not seen this as a problem, that he didn't have matric. Even Professor Pippa Green said, who was head of radio at the time, they knew that Claudia didn't have a matric, but they needed his skills. There was a political dimension to this. There were many black people, black kids, whose life was impossible because of their family circumstances. The justification was, shall we leave all those people outside the system? As a result, there are many people employed full-time at SABC who do not have a matric, even today. All right? So he goes in and works in the news.
Sorry, Doc. With the greatest of respect, all I was just asking was whether you had sight of the final report of the public protector. And you see, due to time pressures, I would love to give you the whole day, but unfortunately I only have 45 minutes. It will help that you answer to the question that I pose so that we can finalize our session.
I did not have sight of the final report because I had left the SABC. But I do know that from Klopas, from Majavu, none of what I had said as a response to the provisional report was included in the final report.
There's evidence before this committee from Mr. Brian Molife. You know the gentleman. At some point, he was the acting group CEO of your board. Is that correct?
Phil Molife? Yes.
He's testified before the committee that Mr. Mutsoeneng was the group executive, stakeholder relations, was sitting at board meetings at your invitation. What is your response to that?
Phil Molife has said things under oath that are not true at all. He said, someone gave me a transcript of that we parachuted Claudi from Bloemfontein to SABC.
Okay, so sorry, Doc. As I said, you need to respond to the question I posed to you. And the question I asked you, is it true that you invited Mr. Mutsoeneng, who was not an executive director, to sit at board meetings? Yes or no?
No. It's a no. The reason is simple. It was a board decision that Mutsoeneng is not only a stakeholder relation person in the office of the GCO, but he was also a stakeholder relations person and spokesperson for the board. There's a written resolution of the board on this matter. We asked Phil Molife to put this on the intranet, that the board had taken a decision that Claudi would become a stakeholder for the board. He sat in the board meetings, not as a participant, but as a listener to what the requirements of the turnaround strategies were. Because he had to communicate this to the unions, to the employees, and generally try and build trust between the board, between the employees, between the unions. That was the purpose.
So wasn't Mr. Mutsoeneng reporting to the group CEO?
Mr. Mutsoeneng was a stakeholder person in the group CEO's office, as well as to the board by board resolution.
Now, protocol and good governance practice would dictate, and in order not to interfere with the role of the group CEO, that the board maintains minimal contact with the other employees of the corporation, and that its link between the corporation and the board be the CEO. Isn't that the correct protocol?
We get people invited to board meetings. They also get invited to subcommittee meetings of the board. That does not amount to interfering either with the other group executives or with the GCO. Phil Molife came to board meetings with Claudi. He was a friend of Claudi's. The only problem, later on, they quarreled for some personality differences and so on. But the issue of Claudi, Molife, the board members, never arose because the duties were very clear.
There's evidence before the committee that Mr. Motsoeneng, or whoever, prepared a memorandum for a salary hike of 500,000, and you called Mr. Molefe into an office to persuade him to approve the salary or the bonus of 500,000, correct?
No, not correct. There was never a bonus of 500,000 for Cloudy. I, as chairperson, do not originate salary increases or any financial matters. That comes from the relevant stakeholders in the SABC, in this case, Human Resources, the Finance Department. What Phil said was simply trying to damage my name here. He said, he spoke of me threatening him or Cloudy. I mean, there's never such a meeting. Could you please ask him to produce that letter or that document that he was supposed to? The only document that I've got in my presentation is one of a formal proposal to adjust Motsoeneng's salary to the level of the other group executives, because he had come in on a very low base. That was proposed by the head of Human Resources, signed off by Lulama, who was then the CEO, and I approved it as chairperson because it was not the general salary increase, it was an adjustment.
Who appointed Mr. Motsoeneng as acting COO?
It was the board of SABC.
Will there be a resolution of the board to that effect?
Yes, it's supposed to be, but it's part of the problem I have. I've not been able to collect all those documents.
I just want to read from the Public Protector's report what his findings were about Mr. Motsoeneng's appointment as acting COO. He says the allegation that the appointment of Mr. Motsoeneng as acting COO was irregular is substantiated. By allowing Mr. Motsoeneng to act without requisite qualifications and for a period in excess of 3 months without the requisite board resolution and exceeding the capped salary allowance, the SABC board acted in violation of the SABC's 19.2 Articles of Association, which deals with appointments, SABC policy number HR 002/98/A, acting in higher scale, and Chapter 5 of the Broadcasting Act, which regulates acting appointments, and this constitute improper conduct and maladministration.
Not correct.
Now, I've not posed the question.
Oh.
This report of the Public Protector has not been set aside by any court of law. You agree?
Well, it came after I left the SABC, so I'm not sure whether they've applied for a review or whatever. But I'm just saying, promotion, not even promotion, appointment to a senior acting position depends on your scale code. If your scale code is equivalent to what the actual acting permanent person, like say in this case the COO, if your scale code is equivalent to that, being a group executive, you can be designated as acting in that position. It does not require academic qualifications, it's a matter of the level at which you are.
The question that I posed, Doc, it will help, but with the greatest of respect, that you understand the question and try to respond to the question. The question that I've asked is it correct that this entire report has not been set aside by a court of law? If you don't know, it's fine, you don't know.
I was no longer there when the final report came, so I do not know what actions have been taken or are in the pipeline.
See, what worries me, Doc, is you keep on raising this answer that subsequent to your departure at the SABC, you didn't follow the developments around this particular report. Why? Is it because you didn't care?
When I left the SABC, it would have meant they sent me the report. I was engaged. Let me just give you, unfortunately, you want very simple questions to complex questions. I was appointed to be chairman of the Land Bank and chairman of the SABC simultaneously. When I ceased my work at SABC, I concentrated fully on my work at Land Bank. I did not visit SABC head offices at any stage after I left. So when I tell you that I did not have sight of the final report, that's true.
No, I'm not disputing that you did not have sight, but I want to put it to you, and this I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, that the reason you did not care about that report, you didn't bother to read the report, is because you didn't care about the damage you've caused the SABC. What is your response to that?
I did not cause damage at SABC. I saved the SABC. It was bankrupt when we came. The regulations were not observed. Even the financial statements for the public service broadcaster and the public commercial broadcaster were not finalized. It was in a mess. We sat around trying to stop the hemorrhaging of money out of the SABC. There was huge theft going on. The AG found that if you read the AG's report. So don't accuse me falsely of destroying the SABC.
This is 10.1.2 of the Public Protector's report, and this speaks specifically to you, sir. It says the former board chairperson, Dr. Ben Ngubane, further acted irregularly when he ordered that the qualification requirements for the appointment to the position of COO be altered to remove academic qualifications as previously advertised, which was clearly aimed at tailor-making the advert to suit Mr. Mtsoneng's circumstances. She says this constitutes improper conduct, maladministration, and abuse or unjustifiable exercise of power. That is what she's saying.
Could you produce that advert? Because there was no such advert that I altered. Please produce it for me.
Okay. I have not asked you a question as yet.
Yes.
I've just read you what the public protector, in her report, which affected you, which you had no interest in reading, despite seeing a provisional report. So I was just reading to you. I'm still to ask you a question, sir.
I wish the public protector has included that advert. Because you see, when someone comes to the public protector and says, Ngubane changed such an advert in order to... Motsoneng's appointment as COO never featured in my time. The only thing that featured was the appointment as acting COO, which required no advertisement. So I would wish to see the advert, because no advert ever came out on Motsoneng's promotion or filling the COO position in my time.
Okay. Doc, unfortunately, it is not... You see, it would have been nicer, it would have served you well had you read that public protector's report and disagreed with it in the manner in which you're disagreeing with now and taken it on review and have had it set aside. Now, because you did not read the final report, because of that, you did not see what was in the report, you deprived yourself of an opportunity to raise issues that you're raising now. Now, unfortunately, this committee is not going to entertain that because in law, the report of the public protector, rightly or wrongly, whatever it says, it has not been set aside. So we take these issues as they stand because they have never been challenged. What is your comment to that?
Whatever the public procurator said was said in the context of my work at SABC. I wasn't going to be able to foot the bill for a review process on my own. It was obviously the corporation's business to take that report on review. So to accuse me of having failed to do so is unfair.
Further, this is what the public protector says. In view of your salary increases between yourself, Ms. Mogobo, and whatever the HR report was saying, the allegation that Mr. Motswaneng's salary progression was irregular is also substantiated in that Mr. Motswaneng received salary appraisals 3 times in 1 year, as hiking his salary as Group Executive Manager Stakeholder Relations from 1.5 million rands to 2.4 million rands. His salary progression as the Acting Chief Operations Officer concomitantly rose irregularly from 122,961 rands to 211,172, which was a 63% increase in 12 months. And this was in violation of Part 4 of SABC Personnel Regulations and SABC Policy HR 002/98/A, acting in higher scale, and this constitutes improper conduct and maladministration. Now, this is what the public protector says about you. Now, subsequent to this report, this damning report, at least you will agree with me, whether it is true or false, but accepting that this report is there, it has not been set aside. It is damning on you, both personally and as chairperson of the board at the time. Is that correct?
It is not correct.
So is this report praising you? What I've read now are these praises. Yes,
this report is created out of statements that I was not asked to corroborate. Now, if someone gives information and the person being accused is not given a chance to respond to that, let me put it to you. The SAP salaries are normally very high. There were a series of adjustments to salaries, but all within the parameters of salaries at SABC. Itani received a salary progression. He was the highest paid at SABC. So to address this issue, you would have to take the whole HR documentation and recommendations about everybody who received salary progressions at SABC. Why pick just on one case?
Okay.
Before you intervene, let's just get clarity on this one, Dr. Gubane. And you can continue. I think the question that we should be asking is, are you aware that there was a salary increase of 63%? That's the first question. And secondly, as the accounting officer at the time, the buck stops with you. Do you think that 63% increase in 1 year is something normal? And I think your questions need to be as specific as that, because you were the accounting officer. Somebody gets a 63% increase, regardless of what it is. As the accounting officer, is 63% salary increase something that sat comfortably with you? Not you as Mr. Ngubane, but as the board, because all of you were the accounting officers. Just a sense from you.
Let's put it this way. SABC is audited by independent auditors. And the AG also came into the picture in the audit of SABC. None of the audit findings point to that as irregular and improper, wasteful, fruitless expenditure. Now comes a report from the site which raises an issue that we have considered to be a normal part of the process. Saudi came in from the provinces at a very low salary. He gets given positions that make him reach the group executive level. And the disparity is huge when you consider what people get in the regional offices and headquarters once they become group executive chiefs. So if you work in that environment, a salary increase of 63%, considering where the person comes from, what stages you are putting him through, is not abnormal. And Saudi came into that situation because of the failing of the very group executives who were earning huge salaries, and therefore the disparities had to be corrected.
Back to my question, Doc. The report of the public protector, particularly the relevant provisions I've just read to you, were they singing praises for you personally and for the board that you're heading? Or was it an indictment on you and your board? Yes or no?
No, it cannot be that simple. I told you, with respect, let's not make this something of a very awkward situation. There were complex issues involved. So you can't say just yes or no. As I tell you, this committee will have to go to SABC and look through the recordings of the meetings, through all the documents, minutes, resolutions, before you can actually come back and judge us. The public protector never did that. So if she chooses to condemn me, it's her choice. But I'm telling you, I will not accept that as condemnatory or praiseworthy because it's not informed by fact.
You see, ordinarily I would have loved to entertain and believe you, Doc. But the problem is you never challenged the report, and the report stands. And I've been asking all of these questions because I want to ask you, you know about consequence management.
Of course I do. But as I say, there was a new board at SABC. They took over where we left off. They probably have launched, in fact, I think they did launch a request for a review of that report. I would have to verify that, but I was not involved in that because I couldn't do that review on a personal level. It's just impossible.
Why would you not have reviewed it in your personal capacity when some of the findings are damning in your personal capacity?
How many millions would that cost? Who would pay for that?
So there's this public protector report speaks very badly about you, both in your personal capacity and in your capacity as a leader of the board. Nothing happens to you. You get to be appointed. You're now the chairperson of ESCOM. Is that correct? ESCOM board.
Now, please, let's just understand each other. I would love to have reviewed this report. Sure. But I had submitted my response to the public protector's provisional response. The fact that she chose not to take that into account, well, I mean, I was disempowered. If you had said to me, Chairman, I reject your response to my provisional report, give me greater clarity and so on, that would have been a different matter.
In view of this report, that does not talk good about yourself personally and in your leadership qualities. Is there any reason why this collective, this committee, should not recommend to the National Assembly for you to be removed as the board of ESCOM for the reasons specified in this Public Protector's report? Is there any reason you could advance?
There are courts in this country. I will challenge that action with all my might, and I'm sure the decent citizens of this country will contribute to my fund to challenge that, because it is not based on fact. It is based on someone's conclusions without taking the necessary trouble to find the truth.
So for you to be removed in your current position, you'll find money to fight that cause. And you didn't have to go find money to fight this report that is damning on you.
I've told you, there was a board that succeeded our board. It was up to them to take this on review. It was not for individual board members who had left office. So you are asking me an impossible question to get to a wrong conclusion. You want to remove me from ESCOM? Do so. Do so. I'm there to serve this country. I've served this country from 1994 in different categories. I served well at Land Bank because the circumstances were different. There was a CEO there who knew the duties of a CEO, who knew financial control, who knew good governance. We come to, at the same time at the SABC, the CEOs were very weak. The internal control systems were very weak. Financial controls were very weak. It was a very complex environment. So I wasn't going to go and raise money on a matter that the board at SABC should have taken up. And I have asked, before I came here, asked one official, as far as the official is concerned, there is an application in the South Gauteng Court, High Court, to review the Public Protector report.
Just to correct you, sir, the application to review is not a court order to set aside the application. Thanks, Chair. Mr. Msulwa Daka, whom you had recommended as the CFO of the SABC at the time, why was he not eventually appointed to that position? Instead, Ms. Duda was appointed.
Minister Patayachi, who is late, rejected the appointment of the CEO that we had decided on for SABC. Mr. Taumore had been an excellent candidate. We had written to the minister to say we want to appoint Taumore. That's what we have decided. Mr. Patayachi called a special AGM and changed the articles of association, that he will take recommendations from the board, but he will appoint. That's how Mr. Taumore was sidelined from becoming the CEO of SABC. Now, unfortunately, Minister Patayachi passed away. We had to restart the whole process of appointing a new CEO under Minister Dainapule. Dainapule said, give me names that you think are appointable. We had panels, we did that. She appointed Lula Mamokobo, not Phil, and somebody else who was there. Comes the CFO position. We conduct interviews, set up panels. 3 names are sent there, including Mr. Tata. The minister says, no. Who did you interview? We give the whole list. He says, no, but as far as I know, there are complaints that some of the people were left out, who were shortlisted. So HR says the only name they have who they think must have been a mistake to leave out is Kukututa. So we again constitute the panel. We say, okay, we'll give her a chance. We interview her. We send it in addition to the 3 names that we have given. The minister appoints Duda. Now, what we didn't know at the time was that Lulama and Duda were related to the minister. They were relatives. So the sidelining of our recommendation follows the new articles of association that enable the minister to be the one who decides on these 3 important positions, CEO, CFO, and COO.
The last question from myself relates to the TNA breakfast show. There were discussions that started during your tenure. Were you aware of those discussions?
The breakfast shows, first of all, Phil hosted 16 breakfast shows, the one you are talking about, without the approval of the board. He ordered 800 copies of New Age every day to come to the SABC. That was not a board decision. Ultimately, we called him in, and he gave a business case why these breakfast shows were important. First of all, the SABC was using his staff, was using his production equipment. The advertisements would come in during the shows, and that was good revenue for SABC. For instance, per 30 minutes, the lowest cost or price of a 30 minutes advertisement is 90,000 rand. A bigger show like Generations is 110,000 rand per half a minute. Now, when you look at how many breaks come in on these breakfast shows, you can see the revenues that SABC gets. So there was a business case. We said, all right, let them go on. But we didn't initiate that. Phil Molife initiated it.
No further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chauke, your 7 minutes starts now.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. My obvious first the question will come as a comment that we started together in 1994 to set up Parliament. Before that, in fact, we were part of the delegation that negotiated the settlement that we have today, which was the role of the leadership that we have played. Looking upon you as the leader that has shaped and directed this country to be what it is today is a contribution that we have played. Now, if you now look at the current issues, in particular, the report of the public protector, without getting you into commenting on the final report, but on the provisional report, which normally is not different from the final report, the question that I'll ask you will be, what were the issues that were raised which you responded to in the provisional report, or do we have a copy of the response that you have given to the public protector?
I've summed up, there's a full report of my response in the pack that I brought here. So you can verify that. The issues were public protector's report, were the issues that I have touched on and Dr. Navarra has also raised, and I'm sure you will find sufficient proof of my response. Essentially, I was querying the public protector's conclusions in the provisional report.
So, no, thank you. Because I don't have much time. Now, in the
Sure, thank you.
in your response, therefore, Dr. Ngubane, you understand the Constitution of the Republic. You now even understand the powers of the public protector. You understand the final report and its findings now, that the powers have now been clarified. Now that this report has come out with this kind of damning evidence against you, what is your view? As a leader, I'm now taking it from where we started. As a leader in this country, by the way, that's how I treat you. What is your view now that your leadership is directly now challenged with the regular mismanagement, the regular appointments of individuals and all of that? What is your view, General?
My view is this country is in trouble. This country is far, far away from the spirit of Codesa, from the settlement that we came to. People hate each other. They group people into camps. You are in the wrong camp, so we'll finish you off. That's how I view the Public Protector's report on SABC. We are taking the one at ESCOM to review. I can tell you that, because this state capture report is full of holes. But I was not at SABC then, and I'm hoping that the present board is going to go on with the review of that final report. We must sit before a judge, and evidence must be brought, and I'm quite sure I will come out clean, because there will be evidence for all actions that were taken, responding to very severe challenges that we found in the institution.
No,
in my time, let me finish. In our time, the institutions were working well. There's no doubt about that. I was minister in 2 departments, very heavy schedule, arts and culture, science and technology. We had effective boards, we had effective DGs, we worked well. We had effective executives, we worked well. So don't compare that golden era in South African politics to today. I found a horrible situation. In fact, a friend of mine on the JSE said, "You are accepting a hospital pass." I said, "Look, there's work to be done. We'll try and fix it." So don't talk and compare a golden era with an era which is frighteningly deteriorated.
The one that is deteriorating is not because of the kind of an attitude of individuals who are not the law-abiding citizens who undermine the very same constitution that we have in the country, the constitution that, in fact, is a cornerstone of the foundation of this country. Is it not particular arrogancy that we are talking about that undermines this democracy that we have today? It's not the kind of leaders that stood openly and challenged the public protector. Because you see, when I raise this question, I'm trying to come back to this point because I don't want to raise it. In fact, the issue of ESCOM has got nothing to do with this, but it is related to these issues that publicly, you challenge the constitutional, the Chapter 9, challenge the public protector that she will regret if Brian Molefe leaves ESCOM. How do you explain that, Dr. Ngubane, vis-a-vis your understanding of this noble constitution that we have put together in 1993, 1994, adopted in 1996? What is your view, Dr. Ngubane, on this?
Please, go and talk to the people outside. You are here supposed to be representing the citizens of this country. Go and talk to people outside and find out their views about Chapter 9 institutions. It is very, very different from what it used to be. I don't want to go into things that may be problematic. Al-Bashir comes to this country. The court orders the government, this is my view, to arrest him, the head of state. They don't order him to be arrested when he goes to New York, to the United Nations, and so on. The courts say arrest him. The government can't because he's gone. Where are we today? South Africa has moved out of the ICC. So please, make connections. Look, I'm not challenging the public protector. I'm challenging the quality of information on which decisions were made.
But
that's all.
There's a process. There's a process in which we have to follow if we challenge, if we have any dissatisfaction around the finding. And then that process, I think Advocate Venara has just outlined it, and you know it very well. And I'll take it that there is nowhere, Dr. Ngubane, that you will say to this House that, in fact, you don't know anything about the final report. You're not telling the truth, I think. With the interest that we have and the caliber of a person you are, you cannot be saying that, in fact, I have not seen it. The issue that comes in is that that report has a serious finding on you, and you are not able, in fact, to stand before this committee and confirm that, in fact, I've seen that report, it has this following. As much as you don't have much, as you say, that the resources to challenge it, I think it must be very clear, Dr. Ngubane, that these findings are very serious findings. In fact, that is the beginning of the mess that we see in SABC as we speak today. The paging of staff, harassment, irregular mismanagement, because at some point, the final work that this committee must do will be to recover what is state money. And you know it, I think, that irregular expenditures, fruitless and wasteful, what does PFMA say to us? Will you agree, if we were to take that particular position as the committee, that anyone who is involved in that particular corruption, that money needs to be recovered? Will you have a problem with that? If we were to correct things in South Africa?
SABC started hemorrhaging money from 2007. We found a mess. We tried to correct the mess. We instituted monitoring task teams, we instituted prosecution structures. We did everything. I mean, therefore, I reject the idea that the corruption and all the destruction at SABC happened because of us. We found a mess. I've admitted that the public viewing areas for 2010 happened under our watch. And that's why ultimately there was a quarrel in terms of who should handle that report. But to say that we caused that is not true.
Lastly, obvious is that we are representing the public and we're in touch with the public. We talk to the public all the time. We have constituency offices. We interact with the people on the ground.
Okay, your time is up. Honorable Killian.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Ngubane, you took over as the board in 2010, shortly after there was an interim board under leadership of Irene Charnley. You agree with that?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Irene Charnley and her interim board did huge work. They really extended themselves. They, in fact, parked at the SABC at that time to unravel the challenges, and they, in fact, came up with a very useful report, including SRU, steps to be implemented, etc. How serious were you and your board to implement that? But please be brief, because I want to come to the next issue.
Probably you should refer to the two reports of our SCOPA engagement. We took the report from interim board. In fact, we had a joint session with the interim board when we took over. There was a whole list of issues that had to be addressed. Solly Mokwethle, who was the GCO, was taken to task 2 months later by the board for showing no progress. He had set up a turnaround policy unit in his office, run by Itani and by Mr. Mtembu and the acting COO. We were clear what needed to be done, what needed to be prosecuted, what disciplinary actions to take, how to strengthen internal audit and so on. We were very clear about that, but there was no traction because the people who were supposed to carry that out didn't do it. They were part of the setup, part of this. That's why Claudia had to be brought in from outside to try and help the CEO have traction.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Ngubane, that actually brings me to that point. When Mr. Motsoeneng was parachuted in, apparently he was parachuted into the office of Mr. Mokwetle, Solly, and thereafter he just escalated in the positions that he held and his salary increases were approved. Now, the problem of the SABC at that stage, you're right, was finances. How could you, as the chairperson of a board, allow processes to set root under your guidance as a board and under your leadership that was in fact contravening sound governance principles and King III principles? How did you allow such irregular actions? Why did you not move these processes through your board and in fact ensured that the executive also performed their functions and reported to the board as is expected of such an institution?
Did all that. Ultimately, we said, Mr. Motsoeneng, we are going back to Scopa in February 2012. This was about the end of October. After 2 sessions with Scopa, we got a hiding second to none. The acting COO was totally incapable of taking all these issues that had come out from the interim and together with Itani, taking them through. So we said, we are going back to Scopa. We have not had satisfaction from the acting COO. Mr. Motsoeneng, establish a task team now and come back with a plan. He did, appointed people from different areas of the SABC executive. They sat through almost the whole December, and in January they came back with a report that for the first time we could take to Scopa and have satisfaction.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ngubane. Now, the problem lies with the implementation. You see, we've seen so many turnaround plans that the problem lies with the implementation. And that is where your board failed. Because if you look at the Public Protector's report, that is essentially, your comments on the interim report are captured, but the findings in the end are very unfavorable. And it really points. And I would like to come to the issue of your board's collapse. I put it to you that you were due to come before the Communications Portfolio Committee in the week, in the first end of February 2013, that there was a concern because Mr. Hlaudi Motsoeneng started phoning board members. He held onto the SIU report, saying to board members, I am sitting with a report that implicates you, you should rather resign. And in the process, all of them realized that was a setup. They called a meeting in terms of the Act, and can I just say to you, it's not an irregular meeting. It was chaired by the Deputy Chairperson in accordance with Section 1310 of the Act. It was a duly constituted meeting, notwithstanding the fact that you were not present, and you were upset with the resolution taken, which was a vote of no confidence that the acting COO at that stage was using the SIU report to blackmail members of the board. What is your comment on that?
It was not Mr. Motsoeneng who said the board cannot handle this because they're implicated. It was legal opinion. Legal opinion said that report must go to the minister. The minister must order further investigation. So the other issues you are raising, I cannot comment about because I was not at the meeting. But I'm telling you what I knew, and I said, surely we must send it to the minister because we are involved. We admitted that we're involved. It was the extent of the involvement that still had to be investigated.
Thank you. And I would like to conclude by what the Public Protector has found about your leadership style, that you acted like an executive chairperson and not as a person who operated within your board. And that was, in fact, very evident in the meeting, by the way, that you apparently not attended together with the board and the Public Protector. You had your own meeting with the Public Protector after the board met. And they were not aware of the salary increases of Mr. Motsoeneng. So nothing of that nature was in fact presented to the board. Now, within months after the appointment of the new board in 2010, there were already concerns raised. There was a vote of no confidence in your leadership style. It was presented to Parliament, Portfolio Committee in Parliament. So right through your reign, there was a problem within your board. It was not only at the end. What is your comment on that?
The only difference we had was the appointment of the head of news. We differed in terms of the criteria that were going to be used. However, at the end, the board took a resolution to appoint Phil Molefe as head of news. We all agreed on that because we visited the scores, we revisited the criteria, the minister was involved. You know, ultimately everybody agreed that of all these candidates, his interview record showed that he had a credible plan to deal with the austerity measures, which was to reduce 900 million rand budget in news to 600 million. He had worked this out very, very clearly. So initially with that, we had a big fight. We came to Parliament. I mean, Parliament let us go back to try and solve it. There was never a vote of confidence taken by that board against me. Otherwise, I would have left.
Chairperson, there was in fact a presentation made to our portfolio committee at the time, and I can remember I was part of the meeting where the board members expressed their serious concern about the way that the board is being chaired under your chairmanship. So unfortunately, part of this is part of the history. In fact, that also precipitated the resignation of 4 very prominent members of the board at a very early stage within the first year, amongst other, Ms. Barbara Masakela, with a very proud history in the struggle, etc., the deputy chairperson, Felling Sekha, Magatu Melo and David Nedri. So clearly there was a concern, and these people expressed their views and as a collective accepted responsibility, but there was no appetite for that, unfortunately, it appears. And consequently, we believe that the public protector's findings are of a serious nature and actually points to what we experience as members of Parliament, but through our committee work as well. And in fact, I think it must be borne out. And it's a serious lesson for us as Parliament to know how to direct state-owned companies and to make them accountable to Parliament. And this process is part of a renewed vigor, I would say, to ensure that entities and departments account effectively to Parliament and that Parliament would do their oversight work very thoroughly. Thank you, Chair.
To respond to that, we have been to portfolio committee meetings at SABC. They accepted the progress that we were making. In fact, it was the portfolio committee that congratulated us for being able to save enough money to pay back a major part of the Nedbank loan, which was supported by the government guarantee in 2 years, when the agreed term of payment was going to finish in 4 years. That was because of the stringent controls that were put in place. It didn't happen by a miracle. When you lead in this country, you have to be tough. I'm sorry to say. Some people may differ. Democracy is good, but democracy has got to be supported by decisive action. I decided the problems were so huge that we could not afford to appoint people just because of certain track records, just because we like them. We had to appoint people who can work. Back to Motsoeneng again. He helped me to re-establish trust between the unions and the staff at the SABC. If you wish, please conduct an interview with the staff and do a quick survey. He eliminated labor brokers at SABC. He eliminated the freelancing system, which meant a lot of people were not covered because they were employed through the labor brokers. He made them permanent. They are now fully covered, receive all the benefits. He went to the regions and took me there a number of times to talk to people at regional offices to say, we know your troubles. We are attending to them. We changed the structure of reporting by the regions, even including some elements of procurement in the regions. We have done a number of things to make SABC work. I'm sorry that you are not seeing it, but we have reported to the portfolio committees and they've been satisfied, at least in my time, that we are making good progress.
Honorable Oliver, your 7 minutes starts now.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Ngubane. You've just said you can't appoint people due to their track record. I want you to share with us, how do you sit here and say that when Ms. Nompilo Dlamini, in her statement submitted to this committee, she is indicating that you recommended a company by the name of Dick Foxton to be the spokesperson and publicist for Lulama Mukobo when you were still at SABC?
I did not appoint Dick Foxton. Dick Foxton was a publicist who said, I can repair your image with the press. I discussed this with Lulama because she was the CEO. Dick Foxton and Lulama then went into a long engagement as to how we can bring the editors together, we can help to project the changes that were taking place at SABC. It wasn't I who did that.
You did not even recommend them because you knew them from a previous company you worked for?
No. I knew that Dick Foxton was generally a publicist, let's call it like for a better name, or what would you call it, an advocacy person. Now, there are many companies that do advocacy work. I don't have the power to appoint. So I just merely said, this person has offered to do this for you. When you say, I'm not saying people must be appointed on a track record, what I mean is, it must be horses for causes. I may have a certificate hanging on the wall, but I may not be able to execute what the task now needs. And so Claudi did some wonderful work, despite the fact that he did not have a formal university qualification. I can read you the whole thing. I've included it here, which made
Please don't go there, Doc, on reading it.
Sorry?
Don't read it, Doc. I don't have time, please.
Okay, fine. But anyway, it's there in the documents.
Just before you carry on, I'll give you that time. Just on this point, Professor Ngubane. And this matter is very serious. What Honorable Oliwe put to you now is an affidavit that we've received. And I want to read what it says. Dr. Ben Ngubane seemed very angry. While standing in front of the committee, he said, open quotes, I am told that a young girl is dictating, deciding on her own and telling us, board and executives, who should award tenders in this organization. I am warning you, pointing at Ms. Dlamini, as long as I am in charge here as chairperson of the board, this will not happen. Now, this is an affidavit that is presented before Parliament, you indicating that you didn't participate in this thing. Both of you cannot be correct. And that's why I'm putting it to you, sir, that if indeed you stand by what you are saying, I will, and we will believe it. But then this person has misled Parliament through an affidavit. So the point that I'm actually raising is when Ms. Loliwe says to you, did you recommend, did you participate, and so on, and you said you don't have the power to do it, do you stand by that position? Because we certainly will follow this up with what you are saying, because there's a contradiction.
With respect, sir, I don't even know who Ms. Dlamini is. There was a dispute in the supply chain management. I was asked to try and sort out that. There were some fire extinguisher equipment and so on. It's a long story. I don't have the record. But I warned that you cannot just give tenders and procure without following the proper supply chain management structures. I really don't even remember here, but I remember the occasion that there was a huge dispute and I was trying to settle that dispute.
Thank you very much. For the record, let it be pointed that somebody has lied to Parliament if we have these both very contradictory stories. We'll get to the bottom of it and there will be dire consequences for whoever has misled Parliament. Continue, ma'am.
Thanks, Chair. You also said, little did we know that Mukobo and Duda were related to the minister. Is that statement implying that the two were appointed despite them meeting requirements for the post they were appointed in? And if no, what do you mean by saying, little did you know that they were related to the minister? What is the significance of that?
The significance of that is that there was no declaration at the time of interview. We had a talent search company which interviewed all candidates a priori. They even searched the credit bureau in terms of finding out more about the people. So people had to declare interests up front. When it came to investigating the allocation of, I think, about 1.7 million rand, which was unauthorized by Ms. Duda, to the conference that was organized by the minister, the investigating team or committee, which was governance committee chaired by Tamika Plaichi, this issue came up that in fact they were related to the minister. As far as we are concerned, if we knew this, it would have sent warning signals that, you know, let me just tell you for a simple fact. Phil Molefe got the highest marks in the interview, followed by another candidate whose name I can't remember properly.
Apologies, Doc. I don't have more time. Can you stick to the two, Mukobo and Duda?
Yes. I said we were very concerned when we discovered during the investigations that, in fact, there was a relationship, because this cast doubt in terms of whether, in fact, it was because they were capable or not.
You also alluded to the fact that Mr. Mutswaneng refused to give the SIU report to the board, saying the report is to be given to the minister, and you did not do anything. What are the implications of non-executive being dictated to by an executive?
You know, we were acting with the legal advisors through the COO office. Motswaneng was the acting COO. So all correspondence with the lawyers was coming through his office. And the lawyers had said this matter must go to the minister. And that's all that the dispute was about.
You were the chair of the board. During your tenure, you had Mr. Mutswaneng who refused to give the board a report. Nothing happened. You also indicated that Phil hosted the 16 breakfast shows without the approval of the board. You go further to applaud that had spin-offs of 90,000 for certain adverts and all the other views. Were you, as the board then, playing your role? And as a chair, why did you allow this scenario to happen?
The whole issue became an issue for the board because there was no proper contract with the newspaper, New Age. So we wanted to regularize this. And so Phil Molefe gave us a business case why this must continue. And so we said there was a good case for it, let it continue.
So during your reign in SABC, if what you do brings in money, even if it is irregularly done, it gets applauded, as in this case?
Well, I don't know. I mean, really. The event happens. Ultimately, we raise issues about what contract is this, what are the terms, and so on. We get it given an explanation. By the way, the news office has a lot of autonomy in terms of carrying out productions. So ultimately, we got a good business case, and so we said this can continue.
Why did you question it initially if they had their own autonomy? Why did you raise it as an issue that he hosted 16 breakfast shows without the endorsement of the board if they had their own autonomy?
For instance, Phil Molefe went to India to look for partners to start the 24-hour news channel.
Apologies, Doc, my time is about to end.
Yeah.
Can
But
we
I'm just
stick to
giving
the
you,
breakfast
I'm just giving you
shows?
the background that things get started, like he wanted the 24-hour news channel, but to use SABC 3 as the 24-hour news channel. When he came back to this after a long process, we found that, in fact, we couldn't use SABC 3 because it's a commercial station in terms of its license. So what I'm saying, things happen, they initiate things, but there comes a time when the board gets involved because now it must finally approve that as a project or as a new initiative.
Lastly, Doctor, you said controls at SABC, the CEOs, the COO were very weak. What can you trace as your legacy to strengthen them whilst you were there as a board member and a chair?
The processes that we undertook to stop the stealing of money. There were companies formed at SABC to channel funding from advertisements to different companies and individuals. For instance, the TV sales were being registered on Landmark, which is a computer system. But for the person to claim a commission, it had to go into SAP. So you'd put it on Landmark, quickly register it on SAP, collect the commission, and then erase the paper trail. We changed all that. That's why SABC could recover and have enough money to pay the loan in a matter of 2 years. We put in many, many controls in place, and the hemorrhaging stopped. What caused the soliciting of a government guarantee of 1.674 billion? It was because people were stealing money. We stopped that. And I think that, to me, was a major achievement in terms of dealing with the issue at the public broadcast.
Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Ngubane, just for clarity for our purposes on the last point that has been made. The Public Finance Management Act makes the board the accounting authority. And it says you must prevent unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditure. It's the law of the land. The Companies Act spells out the fiduciary duties of directors. Part of it is the protection of the assets of the company. And you've just said now to Ms. Loliwe, Mr. Molefe and other people broke the law, but regardless of the fact that they broke the law and accrued unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless expenditure by breaking the law, as the accounting authority, the only thing that mattered to you was that ultimately brought revenue. Is that what you're saying to us? That as directors, you allowed this thing to happen. Contrary to the Public Finance Management Act, contrary to the Companies Act, and you're saying, well, in hindsight, it brought revenue in, and therefore, as the accounting authority at the time, you didn't see this to be a problem. Is that how you're justifying? Because the question was, why did you allow, if indeed you did, why did you allow Phil Molife to enter into the TNA contract without following supply chain management and proper procurement? Because as the accounting authority, you at the time would have been expected to reverse that. Why did you allow it to continue?
Well, you know, there are many outside broadcasts, events, and so on that take place. As I say, the editorial office, the news office, takes many initiatives, all right? Otherwise, if we didn't do that, very few important things would happen. The breakfast shows didn't cost SABC any money. SABC flighted the breakfast shows, but didn't pay anything for them. It was the TNA that arranged the venues, that got the ministers to speak, that brought the breakfast. It became clear to us that there was no reason to stop that because we were not losing money, and our shows were using our own people for production. For instance, Peter Ndoro has become an exceptionally good anchor person through those shows. So there was advantage even in training. So when this case was put to us, why we must now formalize this relationship, we said yes. It wasn't a matter of we are condoning fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure.
It's 11 o'clock, it's taking longer than we thought. I don't know if members want a 5-minute comfort break. If not, we can carry on. Yourself as well, we thought by this time it'll be over, but it's been a very intense meeting, so we can continue. I'm just looking that we've done a quarter of the people. I don't know if you want a 3-minute comfort break. All of us, it's an absolutely 3-minute comfort break so that we can continue. I'm sure you have your own arrangements of getting back, and other people will join us shortly. But can we have a 3-minute comfort break? We'll come back and we will then continue with Mr. Singh. Is that okay with you, sir? Is that okay, members? 3 minutes, and Mr. Singh, you'll be next.
Well, there you have it, the SABC inquiry, the ad hoc committee. They're busy with that inquiry, and of course, we will continue. They will take a body break for about 3 to 5 minutes, and we'll be back right after that. We will continue, as you know, that the former board member of the SABC currently under review.
The proceedings of the Fees Commission has once again been disrupted.
We as a university do not feel that fee-free higher education currently is feasible.
It's a Mickey Mouse Commission. During in the commission, student grievances we're not a part of the commission in the program. So that is why we tend to disturb the program.
If you tell me that I can't leave, then you are keeping me hostage.
Some students demanded that UCT lift the suspensions and expulsions of certain students.
Welcome back. Now, as we wait for the ad hoc committee to resume, former SABC board chairperson Dr. Ben Ngubane opened his testimony before the parliamentary ad hoc committee by saying that he does not understand why he was called in to testify, as his tenure was over when all the problems at the SABC started.
This inquiry was about the current SABC board, to seek out its ability to take correct decisions and to lead the SABC. My board, the one I chaired, was never mentioned in those terms of reference. In fact, the terms of reference are even more confusing because you speak of previous boards and you don't specify the timing, the period. You speak of current board members, but there are no current board members because the board of SABC is not in existence. It's not there. So I have difficulty in contextualizing what your purpose is by calling me here. I came because I've served in this parliament for 10 years and I respect parliament. So I came here because the issues that were being discussed were of national importance. I want to make this clear. My head, so to say, was shaved in this house in my absence. You allowed people to comment on me without letting me know that I should be here or send my representative. So I have serious reservations and I reserve my right to take further action if your findings are adverse, because I think that would be unfair.
Well, Ngubane went on to criticize the Public Protector's report on the SABC. He said that the Public Protector's report failed to highlight some of the good things that the former SABC COO, Claudie Motseneng, did at the public broadcaster.
Put an affidavit to the Public Protector stating exactly why he employed Claudie Motseneng when knowing, because Claudie told him when he said, I want you to come full-time to SABC, that he didn't have a matric. He states this in his affidavit to the Public Protector. The then head of station at the time, Claudie was at Lisedi, also put an affidavit to the Public Protector saying, the issue of matric never concerned us because we took this person because of the skills that he had shown, and we incorporated him into the SABC. Naturally, you would have expected this to influence the final report. It didn't. It was not even considered by the Public Protector, these two affidavits. I also stated that we came to SABC in 2010. Claudie had been at SABC from 1995. Previous boards, previous management had not seen this as a problem, that he didn't have matric. Even Professor Pippa Green said, who was head of radio at the time, they knew that Claudie didn't have a matric, but they needed his skills. There was a political dimension to this. There were many black people, black kids, whose life was impossible because of their family circumstances. The justification was, shall we leave all those people outside the system? As a result, there are many people employed full-time at SABC who do not have a matric, even today. I did not have sight of the final report because I had left the SABC. But I do know that from Klopas, from Majavu, none of what I had said as a response to the provisional report was included in the final report.
Well, that happened earlier. Let's now go live back to Parliament for the ad hoc committee, where it continues.
That the new age is given such priority. And even yesterday, Chairperson, I saw an advert in the Business Day where in the Free State, the Premier is calling an Indaba. And one of the incentives there for those people who attend is you get a year's subscription of the new age. So I want to know from your perspective and the board's perspective, did you not find anything strange in this relationship between new age newspapers and the SABC? So that's my first question, Chair.
Well, Honorable Singh, it is the new age that took the initiative to enter into these relationships. It didn't cost us money. It was, you know, when you give people a chance to listen to ministers, explain their positions, their projects, what's happening there and there, it's good. Let's face it. I mean, you know, you are giving a platform for the citizens to know, to interact with the ministers. So why should we stop it unless it is outside the business plan? Now, they brought the business plan for this. As far as the 800 copies a day, as far as I know, that figure was reduced. I don't think it's still the same figure. We do get other newspapers as well coming through into the SABC, because after all, it's a media house. So all I was trying to say was that it was not the initiative of the board that we went out to say, New Age coming to SABC, TNA hosts these breakfast shows. It was a proposal that came to us. So from that point of view, it doesn't interfere with our fiduciary duty.
Just before you carry on, Mr. Singh, I'll stop the clock for you. Dr. Ngubane, it's the second time you've said that it doesn't cost us, when you say us, I'm assuming SABC, a cent. Mr. Vuyamvoko came to this committee, and he said, morning live resources get diverted to pay for production costs. This is what Mr. Mvoko has said. Secondly, Mr. Mvoko said, SAP sometimes spends 200,000, 300,000, sometimes even $500,000 for this breakfast show. This is what Mr. Mvoko has said. You're saying something totally different. I will continue posing these questions to everybody because we want an end product that is credible. And we cannot put our head in the sand when there are such contradictory statements being made by witnesses, because at the end of the day, it is these members that ultimately are going to have to take a decision. So I'll always ask these questions just for clarity and for the record purposes. You're disputing Mr. Mvoko's claim that morning live resources get diverted to pay for production costs. SABC sometimes spends 200, 300,000, up to R500,000 for these breakfast shows. Just clarity, because that is exactly what you are disputing that.
Well, what I know in terms of the business plans that we approved is that we don't incur expenses.
That's fair enough, because we will make a comment on it in our report eventually. Continue, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Doc, do you think that these breakfast shows are anything out of the ordinary? Are they extraordinary? And I'm saying this because I've put a question to the Honorable Minister in 2015 about these breakfast shows and asked her about the costs and etc. And the answer was, business briefings affords SABC news content that is extraordinary. Now, I don't see anything extraordinary because I would think that the role of a public broadcaster is to allow the viewers to have a wide view of exactly what's happening in government, in civil society, etc. Why couldn't SABC undertake this as their project, as a matter of course, par for the course, that ministers are invited? Because for me, there seems to be a quote-unquote sinister motive of profit-making by certain other outside organizations outside of SABC.
Well, if we undertook those projects, such as breakfast shows, we'd have to pay the whole thing. We'd have to pay for the venues, we have to pay for the breakfasts, and so on. We are not an events organizing body. So someone comes, I mean, it could have been Business Day. In fact, I see that Business Day has got a channel on DSTV. Could have been them. We would say, now let's have these shows, let's expose and interview. We'd have been very happy to go along with it. It's just simply that it was TNA who came and offered that service, and we saw the value in it.
So your view, you stand with the view that it didn't cost SABC a cent?
It doesn't, as far as I know.
As far as you know. Thank you. Then the next question relates to Ms. Dlamini. Now, we received documents, and I think my colleague, Honorable Loliwe, referred to the statement that Ms. Dlamini made. What I needed to clarify, Chair, for the records is whether this statement was attested to by Ms. Dlamini in the form of an affidavit. And during the break, he did say yes. So I think what you said earlier on is what she said here is exactly attested to in an affidavit. But let's leave that aside because I had questions related to Ms. Dlamini. But on Mr. Motseneng, one can accept that somebody is street smart. But is a person system smart to be able to reach such great heights in the hierarchy of the SABC? Now, that's something I fail to understand. Somebody who should have improved his academic qualifications, and the board could have seen to that and encouraged him to do that, still remained without a metric, but rose to one of the greatest positions in the SABC. How does one explain that, Doc?
There were 1,500 something employees at SABC doing work, supplying services, all sorts of things. That's where that Ms. Dlamini story comes in also. It was picking up such things that having an outsider facilitated. It became very clear that from the internal people, you could not get traction with implementing the AG reports because most of them were involved. Most of them were making extra money. Most of them were doing outside work without authorization by the group company secretary, the GCO and so on. So Soli was right. He needed someone from outside who was not part of the system. And that's what Claudi used to move forward because at each level, he delivered results. That was it. You know, we got the task team that did exceptionally well. He didn't sit down himself to do the work. But it was the ability to win confidence of people, organize them in such a way that programs are carried forward. I wish you can read the reports from the task team that changed the whole perspective by portfolio committee, by SCOPA, in terms of the turnaround that was happening at SABC.
Final question is, one of the things Honorable colleague Killian referred to was a statement by a member of the board in 2013, and I've got that statement here. And one of the things this member said, amongst others, is Dr. Ngubane unfortunately acted as if he was an executive chairperson, which he obviously was not. Time and again, we attempted to fix up his mistakes after the fact here. And they say, by way of example, I will briefly mention his illegal appointment of Mr. Phil Molefe as head of news and current affairs without the approval of the board. Would you like to comment on this? Thank you.
Well, I would suggest, Honorable Singh, that you go back into the resolutions and minutes of the board. Phil Molefe, after some differences of opinion, was endorsed by the full board. Minister Nyanda, I think it was him at the time, he presided at one of these meetings where we reconciled our views, we examined in a scientific and proper manner the weightings that had been given to each candidate in those interviews, and the board appointed Phil Molefe.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Van Dam.
Thanks, Chair. Dr. Ngubane, the picture of the SABC you've painted under your tenure is one of success. Things were going well. You did nothing wrong. All the witnesses that came here were lying. I don't want to make this assumption, so I want to give you the opportunity to take responsibility for where you went wrong. So can you tell the committee 2 instances where you felt you did something wrong?
Well, we did not achieve what we set out to achieve. You know, when you take on a distressed organization, the first step, you clean up. The second step, you stabilize. The third step, you manage for sustainability. And if you are lucky, as I was lucky at Land Bank, you enter the stage of fit for future. we try to clean up many hitches. I mean, because we are non-executive, we can't really go in and operate the system. So that's at times then it happens that you tell people, please, this must be done now, not tomorrow. And then people say you are operational. We did not clean up as well as we should have done. But nevertheless, the stealing of money was stopped in my time. And that's why we could accumulate money to pay off Nedbank. To me, that was the crowning moment. When I left and put my letter of resignation, I thought at least we had achieved something.
I asked you about failures, and you basically didn't take any responsibility for any failures once again, and you ended off talking about successes. At the end of your tenure as SABC board, at the SABC had 1 billion in undocumented expenditure. It had 100 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So for that for me is not a sign of success, it's a sign of significant failure. And I think, sir, you are actually personally responsible for some of the problems that the SABC experienced after your tenure. Onto a question. I find it absolutely astounding that after you left the SABC, you did not take the opportunity to get hold of the Public Protector's report, a report that dealt with things that happened at the SABC under your tenure. Is it correct, once again, that you have never, ever read a report that was drafted by a Chapter 9 institution relating directly to your tenure at the SABC? Is that correct?
Well, I presume I could have gone to the SABC to collect the report. I didn't. But nevertheless, through conversation, I knew that what we had recommended or responded to was not included, all right, in the final report. My expectation was that the SABC board will take this matter on review. Now, I got caught up with all sorts of other things, but I did inquire, and I was told that the application has been made at the Southern Gauteng High Court. I've not said there were no failures. I've said that we could not implement the AG's report fully. And even although we did, some of the prosecutions, we failed to get staff to give evidence. So some of the prosecutions could not go forward. You know, I even said the quarrel among the board, between the board and the acting COO, was about the SIU report that referred to us in terms of our own failure to control and stop fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure. And therefore, that I accepted that the report could not come to the board because we were implicated and it needed further. I mean, we had independent auditors. We never had a serious qualification in my time.
Okay. So sorry, Chair, I asked you the question about the Public Protector's report, which you've now answered. I'd like to move on because that's what I dealt with.
The Public Protector's report I do not have in my shelf.
Okay. You've never read it. You didn't have to go to the SABC to find that report. It was publicly available. One would assume that now that you're chairing another board of a multi-million rand SOE, you would have at least, before you chaired that SOE, gone and read a report drafted by a Chapter 9 institution to find out where you have gone wrong. So there's a serious indictment on yourself that you never, ever took the opportunity to read that report and find out what it said about you, what it said about your leadership. It is a sign that you did not care, as Advocate Vanara alluded to earlier. You did not care what the Public Protector said about you. You felt untouchable, and you felt that you did not have to account to the Public Protector, and that is a serious indictment on you. Now, about the Guptas and the deals of the Guptas at the SABC that you've defended. You've defended the New Age breakfast deal, and you've defended contracts with the Guptas at Eskom as well. Now, it seems to me where you go, the Guptas follow. What is your relationship with the Guptas? Have you ever met with any members of the Gupta family? Have you ever met with any representatives of Gupta businesses? And what is your relationship with those people?
Well, with real respect, Chairperson, this issue of state capture hangs on that. and we are still going on a review on that. So
My question was, what is your relationship with the Guptas? Seeing as at the SABC, your chair, there comes the Guptas doing business with the SABC. Your chair at ESCOM, there come the Guptas doing business with ESCOM. What is your relation, and you defended all those deals, what is your relationship with the Guptas? Have you ever met with any members of the Gupta family? Have you met with representatives of Gupta-owned companies? That's my question. Please answer that question.
Chairperson, as I say, I'll be preempting another process that is unfolding. With respect, I don't think I can answer that question.
The state capture report deals with ESCOM. Maybe you don't want to answer that. When you were chairperson of the SABC, because it's quite clear where you go, the Guptas follow, did you meet with any members of the Gupta family or any businesses, representatives of businesses owned by the Guptas when you were chairperson of the SABC?
When we started participating in the breakfast shows, I think I gave about 3 or 4 opening remarks at water affairs and other departmental presentations. Obviously, I used to sit at the table with the executive of TNA because I was part of that. I did not bring the Guptas to SABC. The whole thing came through the normal channel of news, and we approved the business plan.
Were you aware that the Guptas wanted to take over the SABC's news division?
Well, I was aware that Phil Molefe had gone to India to meet a company, a broadcasting company. I was aware of that because he came back and sought permission to convert SABC 3 into 24-hour news, and we declined that.
All right, I think that's quite important. And if you can, could you give a written submission on that specifically? Because I think that's quite important. Mr. Molefe also said that...
Sorry. Maybe you went too fast. Did you ask for a written submission? We have not captured it. Could you just repeat what were you requesting?
Dr. Ngubane mentioned that Mr. Molefe went to India, I'm assuming to meet with members of the Gupta family about turning SABC 3 into a 24-hour news channel. Am I correct?
I'm not sure which company there was in India. I know that he also went to London on the same trip, on the same quest to turn SABC 3 into 24-hour news.
Right.
You still have a request? No.
Nah, it's okay.
That's fine.
All right. Mr. Molefe also mentioned that when he refused Mr. Motsoneng's salary increase, he was summoned to your office where Mr. Motsoneng was, and you handed him a document saying, sign this guy deserves an increase. When Mr. Molefe said no, Mr. Motsoneng said, I told you, this is not our guy, we're going to go to Pretoria now. You seem to dispute what Mr. Molefe said and what a lot of other people were saying. It seems like everyone was lying except yourself. But did you ever have any conversations with either the then Minister of Communications, Dina Pule, about appointing Mr. Motsoneng as acting COO, or with the President?
No, I deny that conversation.
You're saying Mr. Motsoneng never said, this is not our guy, I'm going to Pretoria now?
I don't even remember such a meeting.
You don't remember, or it didn't happen?
Well, I can't remember it because I think it never happened.
So not remembering is, it's plausible, it could have happened.
I mean, I don't know what Molefe was taking this from. I really don't know. That's why I wish I could see that letter, which I'm supposed to have written, recommending such a thing.
I think as a chairperson of a board of an SOE, when someone says, this is not our guy, I'm going to Pretoria, I think that's something that will stick in your memory for a long time, particularly knowing that there shouldn't be political interference at the SABC. So you saying you don't remember, for me, is not very convincing. It's either a yes or no, and it's something that you should remember.
I never had such a discussion with Molefe.
You changed your answer, but nevertheless...
No, but I mean, that's why I'm saying I don't remember, because I cannot remember such a meeting.
It's either you don't remember, or it's a yes, or you don't remember, yes or no. It can't be either no, it didn't, or I don't remember.
I'm saying I can't remember such a question because there's nothing to make me remember a thing that never happened.
That's not a good answer. That's not a good answer. The number of witnesses said that Mr. Motsoneng had political protection in Pretoria. The conversation you don't remember. There was political protection from the highest office for Mr. Motsoneng. That is why you, pretty qualified, I'm assuming you have a PhD, would protect Mr. Motsoneng, change the requirements for COO to make it that a person with no academic qualifications can become COO. The fact that you approved 3 salary increases of Mr. Motsoneng, the fact that you invited him to board meetings was because he had political protection from high office and you were executing that protection.
I explained the reasons why Mr. Motsoneng helped us to restore trust between the unions, the employees. I've detailed a number of initiatives that the board wanted executed, which he executed. We made advances with implementing the AG and SIU report. I've laid this all out. Why we found his presence there very useful for us. As far as people saying things, I've told you this country is in a bad state. Someone tweets that Ngubane is Jacob Zuma's son-in-law. I mean, rubbish. And it gains traction. It starts trending. We are in a bad shape as far as the media is concerned. There's no protection that Motsoneng gets or will get from the president or from politicians. There's none.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Ngubane. Can I ask, you said it was under your tenure that Mr. Motsoneng was appointed as the acting CEO, is that right? Who initiated that appointment? Whose idea was it to appoint him?
Well, it was the board. It was the turnaround committee of the board that recommended this because we were not getting results in terms of implementation of the SI reports of the AG recommendations.
So it wasn't one individual that came up with the idea?
No.
It wasn't yourself?
It came up from the turnaround committee.
The general board, all the members of the board?
To the board. And the board accepted that.
They accepted it?
Yes.
And they appointed, okay. Right. Then you said you had to give him a 63% increase because of the disparities, right? Now, we've heard from board members that you did this unilaterally. You say that the board, you and the board took that decision together to give him the increase.
Well, look, there were many adjustments, I explained that were happening at SABC. As long as it was within the parameters of the salary scales and the codes, scale codes, that was acceptable. It wasn't as if one sat down to say, we are giving a 63%. It was a recommendation from human resources, through the finance department, through the GCO.
Okay, so it was unilateral then from your side. The board didn't participate in the increases or didn't approve the increases. It was from you. You approved them.
But all these things went into board meetings. I mean, minutes and so on. So we can check that, you know.
We will. The fact of the matter, the reason why Mr. Motsoneng needed that increase is because he exceeded his tenure. Now, when he was first appointed as acting CEO, it was supposed to be for 3 months. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure about that. I really can't give an answer to that.
Well, the minutes, the board minutes will prove that.
Yeah.
It was 3 months.
2 months.
3.
Okay.
It was 3 months. When these increases were brought to you for approval, did you not ask questions as to why the position had not been advertised and that a more suitable candidate with the qualifications had not been appointed at this stage?
Well, the motivation is contained in the document from HR. They set out the whole argument why such increase had to happen. For acting positions like the COO, we don't advertise for that. We go according to the scale code in which the person is.
Okay, but once the 3 months had expired, he was appointed for 3 months only, not for 3 years.
No,
So I'm asking you, as a board member, why did you not ask questions as to when was this position going to be advertised and filled permanently, instead of having someone acting in the position without the necessary qualifications? Bearing in mind, Mr. Motsoeneng does not have a matric.
He was appointed, as far as I know, as stakeholder, group executive for stakeholder relations for 5 years. The appointment to acting COO was because of the court judgment in favor of Mr. Mbebe, who had been appointed or recommended as COO by the previous board to the minister, but the minister did not accept that recommendation. So there was no way you could have appointed Charlotte Mompane as COO, because she was also appointed in an acting position. When Ms. Mompane left, Claudie was appointed in an acting position.
And acting, as I repeat, for 3 months only. And you should have ensured that that position was advertised and filled appropriately.
You could not fill that position before the court case judgment was executed or met with. That's why there was no COO, because there was a judgment that the minister must still take the issue to cabinet, and the minister had refused. So there was no filling of that position at the time. Later on, Mr. Mbebe passed away, and then I think that is when the minister decided to authorize the appointment of the permanent COO.
Which was Mr. Motsoeneng, which was the acting CEO, who was appointed as the permanent CEO. But nevertheless, if we can move on to the Public Protector's report. You've stated that you wouldn't have had the money to appeal the findings of that report. But you never read the final report. So how would you have known if there was anything to appeal?
Snippets of this report were in the press, in the daily media.
So you had some idea of what was in the report?
Oh, yeah, I mean, sorry, I read newspapers. I was saying formally, to have possession of that report, take it to lawyers, etc. That did not happen.
And when you read these snippets in the newspaper, as you say, it didn't sort of, it didn't intrigue you or motivate you to get a copy of this report at all?
Look, I did not get a copy of the report because, as far as I'm concerned, this was inherited by the next board at SABC.
Yeah, it was your mess that they had to clean up. If I was in your shoes, sir, and I was applying for a position to be on another board, I would have certainly taken the time and effort to get a copy of that report, which was widely available on the internet, or from the Public Protector's Office, or from the SABC, and read it. Because it's scathing, as you've no doubt heard from other members of this committee, what it says about you. I would have been very embarrassed myself. But that's...
Well, I did. I told you that I responded to the provisional report. I didn't just leave it lying and nothing done. I responded. And there's evidence of that in the files that I'm bringing.
Then as far as the New Age breakfasts are concerned, you said they brought you a business plan. When you say they, was that the New Age newspaper?
No, it was the acting GCEO, Phil Molefe. Yes.
And did the New Age newspaper have, were they involved in the design of this business plan at all?
No, it was coming from our news section, and Phil Molefe is the one who presented it to us. Just like the 24 News Channel, all issues about 24 News Channel, converting other channels and so on, It came from the news section.
And was there any political pressure placed on you or the board to accept this business plan for the New Age, given that the Guptas owned the New Age?
Never been any political pressure pressed on us as a board. We have taken decisions, we have refused certain things, we have approved certain things, all on our own.
Thank you very much. Just before I recognize you, sir, I just want to, if you give me 1 second, just want to check something with the professor around the last question raised.
I'm not Professor.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Ngubane. I apologize. I apologize, Dr. Ngubane.
Some of my students call me professor. I used to teach anatomy and physiology.
Just on the last point, because this matter concerns me and it's going to concern the committee very deeply about what South Africans think this is all about, this inquiry. Mrs. Lamini, under oath, says she received a call from Mr. Motsoneng informing her of an important supplier who was on his way to her office with a proposal to supply newspapers to SABC. He, I'm assuming it's Mr. Motsoneng, requested Mrs. Lamini to prepare an appointment letter for him to sign, and thereafter she should circulate it to inform the SABC that from that day, New Age would be one of the SABC's newspapers. Immediately, a man came into her office. He introduced himself as, and I'll share that name if I want to give it to you. I'm not going to read the name here. He introduced himself as X from TNA Media. He handed her a one-page document with a list of all SABC regions and the number of newspaper supplies each would receive every month. This individual told Ms. Lamini that she needed not to make a decision on the appointment as the matter had already been decided and finalized. Now, I think what Mr. Honorable Waters was asking you was, did Phil Molife approach New Age? Did New Age, or TNA for that matter, approach Phil on this matter? This, Ms. Lamini, is suggesting that it was the other way around. And I'll share the name with you if you want to have the name. This individual came to her and said to her, prepare this letter for, I don't know what you call it, for approval of supplier, because it has been decided already somewhere else. So I'm just trying to get clarity, sir, from your side. As far as you understand, it was SABC that approached TNA and not, as she is trying to suggest, that TNA in fact approached and or were involved. Just your recommendation, because we need to clarify these type of discrepancies.
Well, I don't know the processes that happened. All I know is that Molefe agreed or initiated, anyway, 800 copies of New Age were coming to SABC. That, the mechanism by which that happened, I do not know.
Yeah, but the point is, we were the initiators of it, is what you are saying.
Yeah.
When I say we, I'm saying SABC.
Yeah, from what I...
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Mahlangu.
Thank you, Chair. Sawubona Mbofu. Sibonga. Now, a few questions that I'd like to raise, Chairperson. The first one, on your response earlier to one intervention, I think it was the Chair, on the Ages report, where the issue of salary increases were raised as an issue. I think it was for Mr. Motsoneng. You said, well, the SABC, I mean, AG did not query the increase, did not have any finding. A report came from the side. Now, I wanted to understand that side that you were referring to. Who is that? The side report.
Well, it's mentioned in the public protector's report.
Okay, so the side is public protector. Now, then it's fine.
Sure.
Thank you. And you are aware that the public protector happens to be a Chapter 9 institution? That you know very well.
Yes.
Subject to an institution that supports democracy. Okay. And then you call it a side, but it's fine. It sounds very strange, but it's okay. I'm proceeding to the next matter.
I didn't get the last.
No. It's just my own reaction to the side issue, because you had not qualified the side. That's why I wanted to understand it.
Okay.
You call that Chapter 9 a side.
No.
But it's fine.
No, I'm saying public protector got this information not from me or from the records, but someone raised the complaint to her. And yet, as far as I was concerned, it was within the parameters in terms of HR at SABC.
It's fine.
You know.
Yes. Now, the next question I would like to raise, the way you spoke so passionately about Mr. Motswening, given another opportunity for you to go to the SABC, you would confirm Mr. Motswening as a CEO?
No, I wouldn't.
Why?
Because then it would be a completely new process. When I was there was no possibility of a COO, because as I said, there was a court judgment on that issue. So it will be a new process. We'll have to go through advertisements and so on.
And you are aware that that procedure was not followed when he was appointed the first time around. Procedures were not followed. Adverts were not done. The EXCO did not sit and recommend. Neither did HR and Appointments Committee look at such appointment to such a senior position.
It was not a permanent appointment. It was an acting position. So there was no process about it other than the board saying, you take up this position.
Yeah, earlier on, Mr. Dr. Ngubane, you said you're actually praising Motswening. Are you aware of the atrocities, for a lack of a better word, that this person finally created at SABC, where senior managers were purged? Are you aware of such after your...
No.
Actually...
No, please.
I was about to get in there. I was about to say the word atrocities. Maybe we must find a better word.
I said for a lack of a better word.
Yeah, no, I know that, but I'm saying just for safety's sake, let's try and use a better word, because I don't want you to get into those type of things.
In the Public Protector's provisional report, it speaks of purges of people at the SABC. Now, if you go to the records, you will find that austerity and the terms of the government guarantee demanded that we reduce headcount by 1,000 people. Those were the terms of the government guarantee. After negotiations with trade unions and so on, and putting people at ease, we were in Minister Nyanda's office. He asked, why have you not started the process? Similarly, at a meeting with Minister Pravin Gordhan, he asked the same question. So ultimately, the turnaround committee, to recommend to the board that in order to start the process of headcount reduction, we will not renew contracts that are expiring. That was a decision from the turnaround committee to the board, and we endorsed it. At that time, Robbie Nicholson was the acting CEO. He wrote letters to all the people whose contracts were coming to an end within 15 months, 6 months, warning them that when that time comes, your contract will not be renewed. There were about 15 people who received those letters, but there were 42 others who were still going to follow.
Well,
so I'm saying the word purging people is not true. It was a process, proper process to reduce headcount.
Are you referring now to the senior managers? Yes. Okay. They were not paged. It was a procedure.
Yeah.
The other issue that I'd like to raise, is it normal for a chairperson of a board to sit on an HR and appointment committee? I'm raising this matter with regards to the appointment of the CEO, CFO then, Ududa. Was it very normal for a chair to preside over a process of appointments and nominations committee?
The chairman invariably sits on the People and Governance Committee. He does not sit on the Remuneration Committee. So I was chairing the Governance Committee, who made all the arrangements, the panels, the search companies, and so on. That is normal practice as far as I know.
So this was not a nominations committee, it was a governance committee.
Committee, yes.
That was sitting at Spencer's office.
Spencer?
Spencer Stewart's offices.
Yeah. We decided to conduct interviews at that office because they'd done the headcount search. So they had all the records. We did not want to take the records out of their offices.
Dr. Ngubane, is the justification, or colleagues have already referred to the 63% salary increase, is there justification for an individual's salary to be escalated by 1.3 million % over a period of 5 years from you as chair? Not when I say from you, I just want to get a view from a person in your capacity.
I should have brought the salary structure of all the executive positions at SABC. If you move a person to that position, the whole structure changes in terms of payment. So it was a recommendation from HR to say, there's such a big gap, we'll have to correct that.
But in this case, you knew that you have picked up a person without the required qualifications. Surely, making such a decision would fly on the face of the King 3 report, which made certain dictates both to the board as well as individual board members.
You know, with all respect, when you put a person in a position, the person is in a position. You don't go back to qualifications because the person is in a position. So you remunerate them accordingly to the scale of that position. The fact that he has a JC or PhD or what doesn't come in because he's already in that position. It may come in the process of employing the person if that is a requirement.
So given an opportunity, you would do the same again. Appoint a person who does not have the qualifications and still say, I adhere to the rules and dictates of law.
Well, just take people sitting in this parliament. Some may be qualified in some expertise, some may not, but they're all MPs. They're all on the same salary scale. So whether it was PhD or metric or no metric, the fact that they are in that salary bracket, you have to behave accordingly.
Well, as a former member of parliament, oh, am I done? Okay, no. You would know that what you are talking to about does not apply in this case. It's 2 wells that you're talking about. I think you should be knowing that better. Nobody is employed on this side of the, you are elected by the people, I think that you know. So I think the comparison is just an unfortunate one. It shouldn't have happened in the first place.
I'm talking about the level and position and remuneration structure. HR gives us recommendations in terms of remuneration structure. As I said, there were other people whose salaries were adjusted quite significantly, but it was all within the scale that is allowed for those positions. Sorry that I use the example of Parliament, but I was just trying to say, if you are employed in a particular band, then your remuneration is according to that band.
I'll finish, Bob.
Oh, would you add?
I'm not going to hear about.
Okay.
Thank you. Mkwena.
I'll take his time. You know, I'm not moved by the glowing picture that you've created of a so-called golden era that you're talking about. One, in the Department of Arts and Culture that you ran, it was one of the worst performing departments at the time. Two, Land Bank, the Department of Arts and Culture. Two, the Land Bank, your tenure at the Land Bank, you inherited a culture that was already there. Three, at the SABC, you got a disclaimer. The irregular expenditure there increased instead of decreased. You may have paid off the Nedbank loan, but you know the picture that you're painting is too wonderful. But I want to get back to the issue of this new age deal. So you say that you approved a business plan. At what stage in the process of installing this deal did you approve this business plan?
It was after a number of breakfast shows that the issue of it being a project of the SABC using Morning Live.
16 shows, you said?
16 shows, I think.
16 shows, yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Right. So 16 shows went on.
Yes.
Under your watch.
Yes.
Without the approval of the board or any accepted process. And you sat there as the chair, and you did not report this or take any disciplinary action against Phil Molefe or anyone else at discovering the irregularity.
It was not an irregularity as such, because outside broadcasts happen all the time at different venues. You do not have a business plan coming to the board each time. But the fact that now this was a regular feature, that's why we wanted to know on what basis it is happening.
But you said that you approved a
Yes.
business plan.
Because
so there was a system that would then allow you to approve a business plan. So it is a board decision then.
Yeah, I'm saying we came to that in order to regularize what News was doing. on
So
a
you
consistent-
regularized it as a board.
Yeah, on a consistent scale. I mean, as a feature. Let's put it that
But
way.
if it wasn't a board decision, how did you then approve a business plan?
But as I said, it came to the board. And the board saw the business case.
So it came to the board, but in normal process, it's not supposed to come to the board.
In normal process, if it's a decision that we are going to cover X, Y, Z, sure, it doesn't need to come to the board. But now it is becoming a standing feature.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'm not understanding the process there. But that's fine. You then said that you hosted a couple of shows. At what point in the process did you host these shows?
You know, when the ministry puts up a minister or sends a minister to the
Sorry, sir, I apologize. I don't have time. I just need to know when in the process.
Well, much later in the process.
Okay. Why did you not? You were in a stage at which there were austerity plans in place at the SABC because there was a lot of irregular expenditure. I think the Auditor General reports at 1.5 billion in irregular expenditure. Austerity plans were on there. Why did you not commission the new age deal as is standard at the SABC.
As I said, the business plan showed that there was no loss to the SABC.
That is not correct, sir. I tell you that because there is no production that happens at the SABC without expenditure on 1, equipment, 2, staff, and 3, on broadcast technology. What do you mean you did not spend a cent?
It came in within the morning live broadcast. There were adverts flighted on it. So it was not a loss.
It's not correct, sir, because Morning Live is a separate show. The New Age happens in a different room, on a different set.
Yes.
It's a different expenditure. So you can't say that there was that you didn't spend a cent.
But it was part of Morning Live, except that it was an outside broadcast.
No, sir. It can't be. You saying that it was an outside broadcast
Yes.
that is happening outside of Morning Live, that is extra expenditure. No. I'm putting it to you that you approved that the new deal because it had a Gupta element in it. Am I correct?
Chairperson, let the honorable member, go to SABC and examine the expenditure and all that. He will find that what I'm saying is the right thing.
Sir, I work with production. I know how it works. Now, this is what happens. If you have a newsroom, the newsroom has a production budget for itself. If a newsroom then goes to an insert or somewhere else, that is a separate budget by itself. Do you agree on that?
Well, I'm not a news person. I'm just relating what I know.
Okay. I just want to deal with the issue of Mr. Hlaudi Motsoeneng as well. You say that there was a 60% increase in his salary, and you are saying to us that the AG's report did not find anything wrong with that. Of course the AG's report did not find anything wrong with that, because if there's irregular expenditure, the responsibility of investigating that irregular expenditure lies with the board. The AG has already told us that the board was reluctant to investigate this. What is your comment on that?
Well, I have never heard that before.
Well, that's what the AG said.
I've never seen that anywhere in any document.
What have you not seen? You don't know that the board must implement the investigation of irregular expenditure and wasteful spending?
If it is outside the parameters, if it is within the business plan of HR to implement salary increases, equalize earnings.
No, sir. If it's irregular expenditure,
yes, but
the board, as per the PFMA and the regulations of the AG, is supposed to investigate irregular expenditure. Why did your board not expect?
Because it was not irregular expenditure.
You call 63% increase, a 63% hike of one person in 1 year, not irregular.
Well, we are not hearing each other.
Please,
these were tiers of upgrading, if we can call it that, which were within the parameters of HR and the salary structures. So it was not, and it could not be reported as irregular.
Okay, I just want to go back to some other issues that you said that in the beginning, you said to us that you had not read the public protector's report. But you then later said, in fact, no, what you said is that you did not know if there was a review of the public reporter's report. But you then later said that you, just before the meeting, you then inquired and you found out that there was a review at the High Court. Which one is it? Yes, which is it? Do you not know that there was a review, or do you know that there was a review?
Well, I know now because I've checked.
But in the beginning of this meeting, you said you did not know.
Yes, because...
Are you lying to this parliament, Mr. Ngubane?
I am not. Please don't. I said I did not follow up on the actions that would be taken at the time because I was outside of SABC. But obviously I expected the board to deal with the matter. Now I've checked to find out what is the position.
Why did you allow Mr. Because it said, by the way, it's not only Mr. Phil Molefe who said that Mr. Hlaudi sat in board meetings at your request. He's not the only one, because the company secretary confirmed that fact. Why did you, the Broadcast Act is very clear as to who sits in board meetings. What was your reasoning for inviting her, Mr. Hlaudi?
But I told you, Honorable Member, we were faced with refusal to implement the AG's report and the turnaround strategy.
Yes, but what regulation did you rely on to invite a non-board member to come and sit in a board meeting?
He became stakeholder to the board, stakeholder relations to the board. He had to hear what the turnaround plans were.
Why didn't you invite the communications person? Why didn't you invite, because these are people who also have to hear the decisions of the company. Why Mr. Hlaudi Motsoeneng?
Because he was stakeholder responsible for communicating board decisions to the staff. It was a simple operational issue.
Sir, I hope I seriously hope that you are happy with the way you ran.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sakbona Babungubane. You see, after you've painted a glowing picture about Mr. Hlaudi Motsoeneng's contribution to the SABC during your tenure, and it left me very concerned. And my worry is that isingathi baningi laba baba bamthandayo uHlaudi. Ndifuna ukuthi maybe le ndoda igeza ngobisi. But Chairperson, the issue that I want to raise is that if he was doing so well, you even said that he was bringing a set of skills to the SABC. And the question I want to ask you is, what skills did he bring to the SABC that were extraordinary?
Look, when you can convince trade unions that they must accept a turnaround plan in an organization, that's a huge skill. When you can lift people who have been downtrodden in terms of labor brokers, putting them there as temporary employees and so on, and say this thing must change, they must become permanent. It's a particular. So there were many issues in the implementation of the AG and SIU reports that we depended on him to convey, to drive, such as the task team that worked through to produce significant steps in prosecutions, in disciplinary hearings that were not happening before.
Thank you, Dad.
Yeah.
So you're saying, in essence, your response says, in essence, the undermining of the GCO started then, because Hlaudi then became the CEO of the institution in terms of managing those relationships. I don't need you to answer that question. I'm going to move on to the next question.
No, this is a serious allegation.
Well, I'll come to that question. You can answer it when I ask you the second question, Dad. You see, I don't want us to misread or misunderstand the Public Protector's report. Because when you answered the question that Advocate Vanara posed to you earlier about the issue about the qualifications and minimum requirements, you said you would like to see the advertisement. And the reason why you said that, you said you did not change any advertisement because it was an acting position, which is true. But the Public Protector's report doesn't say you amended an advertisement. What it does say is that you ordered that the qualification requirements for the appointment to the position of the COO be altered to remove academic qualifications as previously advertised. It means the minimum requirements, ordinarily that, I'm going to ask you a question now. In any environment, wouldn't you agree with me, that whether a position has been advertised or not, and whether you are appointing a person in an acting capacity, you'd have minimum requirements to consider? Is that not so?
I said there was no need and there was no advertisement done because it was an acting position.
Right, Dad. But that's not my question. My question is, whether you are appointing a person in acting capacity or a permanent capacity, you would have minimum requirements to consider. Isn't that so?
No, it is a scale code level that decides who gets what acting position.
You don't consider minimum requirements. A person in a sub-A can take a position because there are no minimum requirements that are considered when you appoint a person in an acting capacity. Is that what you're saying?
If you're already in the group executive position in any organization, surely then you can be appointed to an acting position. The person who is not there and cannot be, for instance, in the GE position.
Even though you arrive in those positions irregularly in the first place?
No.
That's all right, Dad. The other question that I want to ask you has to do with the fact that, for instance, you are saying that Mr. Motsoeneng managed to re-establish trust between the staff and the unions and the management and so on and so forth, right? I want to link this with something. I'm told that you refuse to fly economy class when you're coming here. Is that true? Yes.
Obviously, I paid for my ticket.
Okay, so you refuse to fly economy class?
No, I didn't refuse to fly.
Okay, so you paid economy class.
I paid for my ticket.
Okay, for business class.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent, even though we offered you a ticket. Now, the reason I'm asking you this question, Dada, is that you are saying, you started by making a reflection on Chapter 9 institutions and saying that people out there have a negative perception about Chapter 9 institutions, right? You are also now saying that Hlaudi Motsoeneng, for example, has been able to reestablish the relationship between staff members and management and so on and so forth, and unions. But when you interact, I interact on a daily basis with constituencies in South Africa. I move around in circles of ordinary people as a person who campaigns on a daily basis. They don't hold a similar view to yours when it comes to Chapter 9 institutions. I also interact with a lot of SABC employees, for instance. They don't hold a similar view about what you're saying about Hlaudi Motsoeneng, for example, in terms of those relationships. Someone in this meeting said that he has terrorized, right? And we had to change the words, but that's how they put it. Some of them live in fear. Would you not say that your perception or assessment of the situation has to do with the circles in which you move around? The business class circles and so on, which don't interact with the ordinary members of the public?
Well, I am talking about an era where we're facing certain difficulties and having someone who was able to help us solve those difficulties.
And the difficulties still remain, and they've gotten worse. You see, when we were talking about the Public Protector's Report, I was flabbergasted by one of the statements you made. You said, for instance, that you described it as, you said that if you belong to a particular faction, remember, you will be destroyed or something or killed in this country and whatnot. Therefore, you portrayed the Public Protector's Report as an outcome of a faction, right? Rather than a report of a Chapter 9 institution. Because you said, when you concluded that statement, you said that is how you view the Public Protector's Report. Do you honestly think that is a valid statement?
I didn't say all those things. I said people send reports or make complaints, and if you trace back, those things come from factions.
No. That was your assessment of the Public Protector's Report and your view. When you were asked as to why you haven't taken the time to read it, that's what you said in this meeting.
No, I said, for instance, I made recommendations, but obviously some other people made certain recommendations which were considered to be truer than what I was saying. That's all that I said, and I would have expected that my response should be given serious consideration and tested against existing documentation at SABC.
So you are saying in essence that labeling a Public Protector's Report, which is a Chapter 9 institution, as a product of a faction is not a valid statement. That's what you're saying?
No. I haven't said that. I've said the information that informed that report, that provisional report I was talking about, not the final report, came from information from people within SABC, within the board.
Within a particular faction?
Yeah.
Yes.
There was
So
a
it makes
faction
the
that-
outcome of a faction.
There was a faction
basically.
that didn't want me, you know, and therefore by that time, by the way, I'd even resigned as the chairman
Dad.
of the board.
Thank you, Dada, but you're still saying it's an outcome of a faction. You're not saying it's a report of a public protector. There were complaints, if you remember, in 2010. There was a memorandum that was written to the Minister of Communications, Siphiwe Nyamada, by board members who subsequently resigned, were complaining about the fact that at the time they felt like you usurped the powers of the board and you're operating in inverted commas as a law unto yourself, right? Would you not say, if you were to look at your role, your contribution in the appointment of the acting COO, as well as what the board members, the ex-board members were complaining about with the appointment of the GE News and Current Affairs at the time, which you later said it was resolved, would you not say that in some respect you are you've made a considerable contribution to the problems at the SABC? In essence, would you not say that we are actually stewing in your soup currently at SABC, or those people at SABC?
Well, I do not know what the honorable member means, because I've stated the actions we took to put things right. Now, and that is the fact. We managed to turn the SABC around. We managed to prosecute a number of people and institute disciplinary processes. So I really don't understand what you mean.
No, I'm referring to your contribution to the mayhem at the SABC. Remember, we're approaching this from different perspectives. You think you did well, and we hold a slightly different view after the evidence that we've reviewed in front of us. So it's all right. We'll never find each other on this issue. That you see, I wanted to avoid talking about the state of capture report, but you raised it when you were answering to Advocate Panara. Perhaps, Chairperson, as a concluding statement, I'm not going to go into the state capture matter because it's not, it doesn't fall within the mandate of this committee. But I want to bring to attention just one thing, one statement you made. It was on the 1st of September 2016 when you appeared. The ESCOM board, for instance, appeared in front of the PC on public enterprises, right? You said, I'm trying to move towards a point, Chairperson. This campaign to actually kill trust in ESCOM, to actually portray us as if we're committed or we're bought or we're captured is nonsense. To which then your former CEO of ESCOM added or retorted, perhaps I'm captured, but I'm captured by the Constitution. It was in the news. However, it later turned out, again, through the Public Protector's report, that what you were saying that you were not captured was not true. So, as this committee said, considering what you've told us today, in light of what I've just said to you now, that you have two reports that have said that they have made an indictment, a damning indictment on your leadership, even though you've taken the second one on review or are planning to do so, would you say that we should trust what you've told us today? Should we trust you as a leader? Should we keep you as the chairperson of the ESCOM board?
Well, it's up to you, but as I'm saying, everything must be based on evidence. Follow the paper trail on anything. If there's wrongdoing, there are the courts in this country. You can take me there. But if not, if evidence is not elicited, then it is based on speculation. And you cannot destroy people on speculation. So I'm inviting you, go to SABC, go to ESCOM, go to Land Bank, find the wrongdoing that you are accusing me of, and then let the consequences come.
Thank you, sir. I put it to you.
Last point, Baba.
Yes, I put it to you as a statement, sir, that to a considerable degree, the SABC is stewing in your soup, sir. Thank you so much.
Sorry, that's a wrong statement. The SABC, I found it corrupt, dysfunctional, no controls in place, money leaking out all the time. We stopped that. That was my contribution to the SABC. I used people who wanted to work with me to achieve that. Now, if you consider that those people were not the correct ones, we achieved the purpose that we set ourselves to achieve. If there's wrongdoing, irregular expenditure, wasteful expenditure, please establish a full commission, full judicial commission if you like. Let us see the facts.
Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Gubani. I think it's clear that the SABC had problems way back when, 2008, 2009. We know then that there was already a 900 million loss. And I think that you made some valid attempts to stop the rot. But we've also heard a lot of other evidence, as I'm sure you appreciate. And it must only be fair to us to put that to you. A couple of issues that I wanted to raise is there's been a lot of evidence about political interference. Did I understand you correctly to say that during your tenure at the board as chairman, there was no political interference? And if that is the case, I'm not sure if Mr. Peter Harris was part of your board, but he indicated that one of the reasons why he resigned was, to quote him, the intolerable interference of the communications ministry in the board's activities. So would you comment on the degree of political interference? Thank you.
We had several meetings with the minister and the DG and people in the communications department. They were concerned with how we met the conditions of the government guarantee, whether we were implementing austerity, we were reducing, for instance, the encashment of leave, we were strengthening internal controls, etc. Those were the discussions. There was no political interference. Those claims came with David Nitri, not really Peter Harris, but I'm surprised that he later on said this, that Phil Molefe was being imposed as head of news, which was not true. The fact that we ultimately agreed that actually he deserved to be appointed as head of news is proof that it was a difference of perceptions which then found consensus and he was employed.
Thank
so
you.
the issue of interference...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm sure you appreciate. So would you, may I allow you just to finish that sentence? Thank you, Doctor. Please finish that sentence.
So I'm saying, in any situation, people will make conclusions. I gave an example of what is trending on the social networks, that I'm President Zuma's son-in-law, which is absolutely nonsense and untrue. But it is trending.
Thank you. Then, I wasn't a member of the Portfolio Committee of Communications, but there was that memorandum in June of 2010 that by the boards that accused you of very serious incidents, a consistent pattern of behavior to usurp the power of authority of the board. That was then, and that was obviously it was signed, it was then to the then Minister, Mr. Siphiwe Nyanda. What was your response to those allegations by members of your board?
Minister Nyanda did not agree with that. We came to the Portfolio Committee. They presented their report. I presented my report. The conclusion was that we must go back and sort out this because these were perception differences.
Thank you. And then, again, there's a time period, and there was a briefing in March 2013 where Ms. Suzanne Vos made, again, very serious allegations against you. She indicated to be fair to you so that you can respond to that. Time and again, Dr. Gubani acted illegally in terms of our defined roles and responsibilities as non-executive director, and by way of proof of the right up until his recent resignation, that is in 2013, he attempted to overturn a decision taken by the majority of the board members in a properly constituted board meeting. Would you dispute that as well?
Well, I disputed that it was properly constituted because I should have been notified of the meeting. I should have been at the meeting. They could have taken a vote against me and won the day, but they didn't do it. And then they expected me to execute what they had decided, as far as I'm concerned, unprocedural. That was the difference of the point of view. So I decided I was going out.
Thank you, Dr. Gub. And now I've known you for many years, and I'd like to be fair to you. So you have a public protector bringing out a finding against you. You have board members that have issued serious concerns about your style. Do you not think those are issues of concern that we should take seriously?
Well, there are many people who have sent me SMSs before I came here, saying they are with me, they understand what I've contributed to this country. So there will be probably 50 others who will say no, to the contrary. So it's for the public to judge.
I appreciate that, and one needs to see it in the context of what you have contributed to the country over the many years. Could I then just ask you briefly, we also had Ms. Lulami Makobo, who is the CEO, giving evidence here of her relationship with Mr. Motsoeneng, and to the degree that she was undermined, she in fact indicated that you tried to assist in that relationship, but it was further aggravated under the next board, when we'll deal with that issue later. Could you just indicate to us what role you tried to play, because it seemed already at that stage, from the evidence we've heard so far, that Mr. Motsoeneng was undermining Ms. Makobo, and you tried to facilitate in that regard?
Well, Honorable Swartz, there was a time when Lulama wanted to resign. She was in tears at a PPS subcommittee meeting. I was not there. It was Motsoeneng who came to tell me of the situation and that Lulama was resigning. So I called Lulama to my office. I said, let us work together. We cannot afford people just all going away because of differences. And she listened to me, and we continued to work together. The fact that there were differences from time to time among people, I think this is natural. But I made peace. She continued working together.
The issue that my colleagues have raised about the breakfasts, and it's still a matter of concern to us, just the degree, the chairperson indicated that we have got evidence of the actual cost estimates of hundreds of millions of rands that seem to have been moved away from Morning Live. And again, I'm not an expert in that, and I'm sure you as board chairman are also not an expert, but it is when one hears colleagues, Mr. Mokoena, who was in that industry, is it, if with hindsight, do you think that you could have done it differently had you have had other information available to you?
Outside broadcasts are part of a business plan, and they do not entail necessarily separate expenditure outside of the business plan. Otherwise, they wouldn't happen. You know, you have this big truck, high-definition TV, going to be parked there, but it's part of the business plan. So it doesn't just happen from anywhere, particularly if it brings in additional revenue. Then it's an advantage. That's what the breakfasts have been doing. I've checked this. I've asked the people in charge. They say Vuyo Mvoko was not talking from knowledge when he claimed that we're subsidizing these breakfast shows with Morning Live money. Well, I suggest probably you call everyone concerned in this area and get the truth, because I'm acting from what I know to be the truth, that it's beneficial to the SABC, it's beneficial to the mandate to educate and inform the public. It's also beneficial in training and using our own staff to anchor such events. That is my knowledge of this situation.
Dr. Gubani, just you indicated that you also follow the news as far as the state of what's going on in various issues. So I'm sure you followed the state of the SABC since you left. And would you agree that it seems to have deteriorated a lot since you left? That's the first issue, and I know my time is limited. And just whilst a lot of evidence has been around Mr. Motsoeneng, I don't know him, I have nothing against him, it's purely the evidence here. You seem to have quite a glowing report of him. Would you comment on news reports about was it a 7-minute praise song on the news, if you're aware of that, where Mr. Motsoeneng seemed to have been praised, and does that not seem odd to you now? I'm not holding you accountable for that, but just with your experience. Thank you.
You know, when I was at SABC, Motsoeneng repeatedly said, we must put local music, We must put local films because that will give income to the musicians of this country, to the actors of this country, to the filmmakers of this country. We couldn't do those things in my time because of the austerity and as well as the pressures that we have to try and save money. I was happy when I read that now SABC is going to take in those plans, bring 90% of the music played at the stations and films and so on, because it brings income to people who have always been marginalized. So I've heard about these songs, but I considered in that context that at last people are happy because they're seeing an attempt to create a local music industry, a local movie industry, and bring incomes. For instance, I'll tell you about the SABC ENCO on DSTV. All those actors in those old movies are now getting royalties. Even those who are dead, their families are getting royalties into their estates. So there are changes that will have to happen.
Thank you, Dr. Gom. Sorry to interrupt you, and I appreciate that context. Just lastly, I appreciate you see the issue about that particular song, and I appreciate what you said about the introduction of 90% and how that is praiseworthy. But that particular song was lauding Mr. Motsoeneng and shown on the news, as I understand it. Now that obviously, I'm sure you'll agree, doesn't seem to be correct. Thank you.
I've not seen that. However, in terms of the changes that have happened, I was happy that it happened because it was our wish to reach that point.
Just before you, Prof. Kubisa. Dr. Ngubane, we might seem to be flogging a dead horse. You said there was a business plan brought to you about this whole TNA deal, and there was not maximum, but there was benefit for the SABC. Do you recall what was the cost to TNA? Because I'm trying to understand if this transaction cost SABC nothing. There's production. There must be costs. Why would TNA charitably subsidize SABC? That's why I'm asking you, do you recall if there was, what was the cost to, or who subsidized the production of this? That's the first question, sir. And secondly, I'm struggling to find another example where two rivals or where a company would brand, advertise, give airspace to its rival. To give airspace, advertise to its rival. ANN7, I would assume, is a rival to SABC in terms of where we are. And yet every once in a while we have these ANN7 breakfast shows flighted on SABC channel. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, just for clarity, there has to be a cost associated to that production. There has to be a cost. Whether it's a cost of salaries for the people, the production guys that are our people. When I say our people, I'm saying SABC people. They spend 3 hours or 4 hours there. So there's a cost associated to that. And whatever else there are costs associated with that. You have consistently said there has been no money used by the SABC towards those costs. So it can only be that that money has come from advertising or ANN or TNA. It can only mean that. Why would TNA give its rival that money unless you're saying it was offset by the advertising? And if indeed it was offset by the advertising, why would we advertise? I keep on saying we. When I say we, I'm saying SABC. As the accounting authority, do you think it makes business sense for SABC to flight adverts of its competition? Now, as an accounting authority, I'm just trying to understand, because what comes out of these recommendations must assist the new board going forward. Is it wise for the SABC to flight adverts of a rival station?
No. I think probably I've not put this clearly, Chairperson. AN7 is not involved in the breakfast. It is an SABC production. Just like if Kaiser Chiefs are playing Pirates, we send our vehicles there, they make a recording. It's an SABC production. If New Age or TNA arranges a breakfast show, people don't turn up to buy the tables, they don't get sponsorship to hold that event, it has nothing to do with SABC at all. It's their loss or it's their gain. So for us, it was fulfilling a mandate of informing the communities about what government does, which had not happened before. As I said, if Business Day had come with that proposal to us, we would have considered it very positively. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a normal outside broadcast, which is based on the business plan, which does not take money away from the production process.
That's fine, sir. Let's take that cost factor away. I'm still asking the question from an idiot businessman like I am. Would you promote your rival? Ultimately, I understand that cost. Or are you suggesting that there is no mileage gained by ANN7, TNA, whatever you want to call it? Is there no mileage gained by them every time we fly these breakfast shows? Because that advertising anywhere else costs money. So I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand the thought process of the SABC. Why would you'd never go and advertise ENCA, you'd never go and advertise CNN on that thing. And there might have been a well thought out plan then, sir. But remember that this committee must make recommendations for the board going forward. Is it wise to have that type of thing continuing on thing, just from where you're sitting now?
Person, can I just add to your question? The model that we see is that departments, the public purse, is paying for the tables to fill those breakfast shows. So clearly, somebody must derive a benefit from it. And TNA is getting an hour-and-a-half publicity, free advertisement on our SABC breakfast show.
Just a comment, sir.
I can only recommend seriously that you call in the people dealing with the broadcast matters to come and give financial records, statements, because as far as I know, the advertisers are solicited by SABC. AN7 has got nothing with getting advertisers at all. Now, the problem in the past with international content and the channels was that the people in international content took the power away from the channels and went to Hollywood, bought the dog and his fleas. The channels could not fly that because the advertisers would not buy space on those films. Now, these breakfast shows, flighted by the SABC, they are sold to advertisers, and there are advertisements on those shows. But I'm saying this is a highly technical thing. I would request that you deal with the technical people at the SABC.
We certainly will ask for the business plan that was, I would assume it was approved by the board. The business plan that you're talking about, that Phil Molefe presented. I'm assuming that there will be board records to that effect.
They should be.
That's fine. Professor Kobiso, your 7 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Dr. Ngubane. When you took over as chairperson of the SABC, from the beginning you said one of your friends at the GSE wished you a safe landing. And on a lighter note, good luck. And when you got in there, you found that there was already the AG's report that reported that so many issues were violated. Companies Act, the King 2 and 3 reports were not adhered to. Broadcasting policy was violated, PFMA, etc. Issues of maladministration. What did you set as your priority areas that you're going to attend to? Because already, I'm sure, there were alarm bells that were rung by that time. What were the priority areas? Because it was an organization that was sort of not in tatters, but sort of in a mess by the time you went.
The priority was implementing the findings of the AG. You know, there were about 1,500 people doing illegal business with the SABC while they're being employees. We set up mechanisms through the task team that I mentioned to examine further, classify this, find out, prosecute, institute disciplinary action, close the leakages that were taking out the money from the ANC, like international content, like sports rights. You know, there were mechanisms even of siphoning money from GCIS to private accounts. There were so many things that were there that were wrong. We set about achieving that, but at the same time, trying to recover the revenues to build up the reserves so that we can bail ourselves out of the government guarantee conditions. So putting in, strengthening controls, closing the leakages, working with the unions and with the staff to avert strikes and to make them accept the turnaround. Those were the objectives.
Just on that, what would you say were the milestones? What were the milestones, the highlights of your achievement with regard to that? Because where I stand, the SABC hasn't changed from that day you came in up to now.
Well, it's difficult to understand what you say. When you can pay 800 million rands in 2 years to settle a loan of 1 billion rand, and you call that it's not change, I fail to understand. When we have prosecuted and opened cases with the NPA, it disciplined a number of people who then left and ran away because they were trying to escape discipline. You say that is nothing. If we had left the SABC as we found it, it wouldn't be there today, I can assure you. It would have gone completely insolvent. There would have been strikes. The independent producers came to a meeting with us very early on. They said they have not been paid for so long. We said all the payments less than 200,000 rand will be paid immediately. Those above that will phase in changes. They were happy. For a long time, they had not been able to produce any content. But when we came in, we changed that. They started production again. That's why you have got now new movies there. It's from those changes that we effected. So to say there was nothing, I think is very unfair to the many people who are at the SABC now who worked very hard to implement the changes.
Okay, Doc. Honorable Chauge and other colleagues, honorable members here, pointed out from the beginning that when you came to SABC, you commanded a wealth of experience and a reservoir of knowledge that put you in good stead. Not you, because you're not going to work alone, you're working in a collective. And of course, you had been in CODESA and other fora in this country. And now, here is an individual, Mutsoneng. His salary is increased, he gets a salary increase 3 times a year of 63%. I mean, how did you view that? And the second question related to that, were there any other staff members who got more or less the same increase within a year? I don't know whether you do get my question. 3 times a year?
There were, well, for instance, the internal audit, the person in charge of internal audit, came in early in 2010 or late 2010. The person needed to have an adjustment of salary, and that was done. That is one case that I recall fairly easily. But there were other cases where there were adjustments being made. The difference with this one we're talking about is that he came in from the region, suddenly gets pushed into a GE position. The gaps are very, very significantly wide. And then HR starts working on the process of eliminating the gaps and trying to equalize the salaries to the salary range of people in group executive positions. That was the reason why there was such an accelerated growth in earnings for this person. You know, it was within the parameters, and if it had been irregular expenditure, definitely audit would have picked it up.
Doc, in your own words, you said Cloud had been sort of a street kid who had been organizing people there with organizing plays, etc. And he comes to the SABC with that wealth of experience which you believed was necessary. Now, he didn't have a matric certificate. And there is something called, I'm sure you're aware, recognition of prior learning. Was it because you were recognizing prior experience and prior learning? And if so, what about others? Was it done with others as well within the organization?
Well, I did not bring Claudia from Bloemfontein. Solimo Kwetle did, because of the need identified in his office. No sooner had he arrived, he changed the whole tone in terms of our regional radio stations. And as I said, it took me to some of the meetings in the regions. It was a different story. The regions started making money, advertisements grew in the regions from a position where the losses were just astronomical. I was impressed with that. We went to Mpumalanga, right? He called me to a meeting of staff. There was a strike brewing. I get fetched at the airport. I see 2 Mercedes-Benzes coming to fetch us at the airport. I say, hey, how come we have people here at the region driving Mercedes-Benzes? Claudia says, I don't know. These people are news people from the news desk. I say, no, I'm going to ask Phil when we come back to headquarters. I call Phil, I say, there's an anomaly here. Those people should be driving in bakkies in Mpumalanga to go into the region. Why are they driving Mercedes-Benzes? Phil says, oh, well, I don't know. I say, no, please investigate. The news breaks out here. The portfolio committee calls us in to ask us about this. Phil doesn't give me a report, probably 2 weeks. The following week, we are coming to Parliament to explain. So I say to Claudia, go into this matter, find out what has happened. He comes back with a report in about 3 days. There's been irregular procurement. There are kickbacks suspected. So I have a report for portfolio committee. I've not received it from Phil, I received it from Cloud. I say, Claudia, go and tell these people they must take back their 20 cars. We are not paying them the 20 million rand that they expect. He goes and tells them, I don't know, whatever he said to them, but they took back the cars, we did not pay a cent. Now, when things like this happen, what do you call it? Does it have to be a metric? Or does it have to be the ability of a person to get information from people, to find out the truth, to act on it? Those were the considerations. Now, there was no one else. As I told you, the reason he came in is because senior people were refusing to implement the auditors, the general findings from the Auditor General. They were refusing to implement the SIU. I cannot tell you how many disciplinary sittings where you got senior people refusing to come to give evidence, claiming to be ill, bringing doctors' letters, frustrating the whole thing. So Libo Kwetle was at the end of his wits. He said, I must bring in someone else, but I know one person who has made a change at a regional station. I'm bringing in Cloud. I said, go ahead, do it, because we were seriously under pressure to take this implement the recommendations of the AG and as well as the SIU. It wasn't favoritism, it wasn't anything, it was practical outcomes of actions.
Yes, Dr. Ngubane, the new age deal and the SABC was flighted 16 times without anything of the signing. And what was it? Was it a pilot for 16 times flighted? Was it a pilot? And with regard to the business plan, what about the issues of bidding, etc.? Were they not needed for transparency and accountability's sake?
As I say, it came as an initiative from the news section. The news section holds a lot of outside broadcasts for all sorts of events. But we needed now, because it was now a constant feature, to regularize this. And that's why we asked for business plans and explanations. And the explanations were convincing. So we went on with it.
Honorable Makosi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ngubane. Maybe, Chairperson, I think it's in order for me to first of all congratulate the doctor for all the good things that you have done at SABC. However, my own engagement with you is not going to be focusing on that because I think you've already shared with the committee all the good things that you've done there. Mine is probably going to be focusing more on some of the issues that you have raised that are of concern to me, and I think they are of concern to my colleagues, and I think they are also of concern to the members of the public out there. Dr. Ngubane, the first thing that I needed to say is that this matter of SABC, and ordinarily it will be dealt with at the portfolio of communications. However, there has been recognition by Parliament that SOEs, there is something wrong with some of the SOEs, especially when it comes to how governance seems to be unfolding in these institutions, and which therefore ends up undermining the ability of these state-owned institutions to deliver on what they are supposed to do. And also the fact that there has been a decline in public confidence in state-owned entities. So whatever questions I'm asking you within that context. And I am talking to the right person because you are currently the chair of ESCOM board. Dr. Ngubane, as a leader, do you equally accept successes and failures of any institution that you happen to lead? Yes or no?
Yes, of course I do.
Now, Dr. Ngubane, we've had a lot of witnesses that have come before us. And I do not believe that all these witnesses, witness after witness, came here before this committee. And they told us about how Motsoeneng had become such an absolute leader who would be purging certain people and getting rid of critical skills in that institution. Now, Dr. Ngubane, I want to submit that public relations, somebody who is good in public relations is not necessarily good in operations. Is that your same understanding?
Yes, it can be.
Thank you very much, sir. Having established that, don't you think it was your bad decision to move Motsoeneng from or elevate him, even if it was on an acting capacity? When you moved him from that stakeholder relations to the position of operations, were you not necessarily, don't you think you were setting SABC for failure for taking that particular decision?
We were forced to use whatever talent we had. I mean, there's Sudi, there are some other people that became part of the task team, and we saw progress that we had not seen for almost a year. So we were driven in terms of results. How are we achieving the prosecution of people? How are we reducing the financial losses? How are we streamlining the computer systems so that they are not hacked, and etc.? It was simply a question of operational gains that we were getting. So the issue of qualifications didn't feature in this at all. We were driven by results that this parliament, Scopa, were demanding of us. And we just had to use whatever means we could reach that outcome.
Sir, I just wanted you to answer these following questions, yes or no. I'm not entertaining the story about the qualifications and whatnot. Let me just focus on the competencies of a COO. In your view, was Motsoeneng, okay, maybe let me start here. There are 4 generally agreed competencies of a chief operations officer. In your view, was Motsoeneng a strategic leader with a focus on detail?
In fact, you surprised me with his strategic vision.
Did he appreciate talent?
I think he organized talent in the SABC to produce the results.
Chair, did he appreciate talent? By appreciating talent, I'm talking about developing it, but at the same time, you need to sustain the talent that is in the organization. Mike.
You will appreciate, Dr. Koza, that the task teams that were created have now multiplied, that the film finance people are now working together as a unit. So the disparities that were there with people buying film properties, vis-a-vis the channels being able to sell these to the advertisers, that is gone. That's yesterday's story. So if a person can organize in such a way that you get excellence and progression, that to me displays talent.
I do have a challenge with the way you analyze cost drivers and how you evaluate, financial implications in an institution. There is somebody where a number of executives have had to resign, giving golden handshakes, all of them citing Motsoeneng as having been the root cause of their leaving the institution. And you still say this person was contributing to the company's financial sustainability? I don't get that.
in my time, it made a huge difference. No one resigned except those people where the board decided they were not going to renew the contracts.
Let's go to the third competency of a COO. A good COO must not have an ego. Do you think Motsoeneng did not have an ego?
Well, people behave different ways.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
that's fine. I take
Yeah.
that. And is he the last one, the data-driven? Because obviously you have to understand some statistics if you are going to be the COO of a company. You've got to understand where the leakages are and that kind of thing. It's operations, group chief operations officer. You need to be able to understand all these nitty-gritties of the organization. I think it was Honorable Singh that was actually even talking about systems. You know, understanding those things. Are you confident, given the decision that you took then, and where SABC is today, are you still happy that the decision that you took then is still a credible decision, that you can stand by it even today?
I've not examined SABC's financial statements, but when I left, SABC had sufficient money to pay the suppliers to meet the requirements of the loan and guarantee conditions. What happened subsequently, I cannot venture into, but in my time, there was progress.
Thank you, Dr. Ngubane. You say, I want to understand you because there are overarching statements that you've made. And unfortunately, you see, I'm a member of the African National Congress, and I've been associated with this organization from when I was 12 years old. I know no other political home. You came in 2006, respectfully. Now, you are now talking about casting aspersions on Chapter 9 institutions, the very institutions that were established in order to strengthen democracy and as part of checks and balances. Why are you doing that? And I am saying that because there is a journalist who wrote, and I just want to quote this thing that was said by one of the journalists, that Ngubane, open quote, Ngubane then turned on Molefe in a viciously vengeful way, which tells you everything about how the ANC operates, close quote. Don't you think that your pronouncements today cast aspersions on the ANC and perpetuates these kinds of stereotypes about the ANC when you are attacking the Chapter 9 institutions that were established in order to prevent these wrongdoing in state-owned entities?
You know, I have not deliberately cast aspersions on Chapter 9 institutions. I have queried how information gets there and what are the steps taken to verify the truth of the information that is sent there to make decisions. That is all. I'm not in any case saying the public protector is X,
Dr.
Y, Z.
Ngubane, you continuously defended the issue of Motsoeneng, despite the fact that the courts have made a pronouncement, despite the fact that this particular person is outside. I'm just saying the enormity of the pronouncements you've made go beyond just Chapter 9 institutions. They actually going into casting aspersions to the judiciary of this country.
No. All right. You know, probably the way what I say is heard, probably that's the problem. I am saying some of the things that happen create other problems because we cannot do things or accept things that may further break down our institutions when we have not bothered to establish the truth. That's what I'm saying. Establish the truth. I've pleaded with this House, go into SABC, go into the records, listen to the tapes of meetings, and then say, these people were wrong. These people must be charged with X, Y, Z, etc. Not with people coming here, just talking about this. He said this was not our man. We are going. I mean, that's hearsay. You know, unless someone can prove that these things are what they are, we are going to be in trouble. That's what I was talking about.
And I take it that, say, you understand that courts don't take decisions without evidence. Obviously, there must have been evidence produced. But finally, my question to you is that, do you believe that we have governance challenges at SABC and that you were part of causing those governance challenges? Thank you.
Well, we have governance challenges in all sorts of institutions because they are run by people. Sometimes people don't do what is expected of them to do. Sometimes people, whether it's what level of government, may do things in a way that is a shortcut without due and thorough diligence being done. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying let's stick to scientific examination of any information we have, and then we can take the right decisions. We sat at SABC and tried to implement the AG's report, SIU reports, stop the money being stolen, and we succeeded in doing that. Obviously, there were other failings, there were other complications. Yes, I agree. But the object of our being sent to SABC was to try and recover what was remaining of that institution. And it survived. It survived. People were paid. Strikes didn't happen. The investors came back. The advertisers came back. Now, if there are problems because of what we did, well, I'm sorry, but I would really wish that your committee institutes a proper investigation where we come and speak on the basis of evidence and then condemn people accordingly.
Just one point from my side, Dr. Ngubane. We had at some point the head of technical, Mr. Masinga, come and appear before this committee. And he was talking to us about a meeting he had with the CEO of TNA. And let me quote what he said to us, sir. The TNA media is the parent company of ANN7. Before the launch of the ANN7, there was a meeting. I'm struggling to see this, but basically before the launch of the AN7, there was a meeting to try and bring the contents, to try and bring a contract to SABC from ANN7. ANN7 was going to manage the SABC. It was going, the ANN7, have you got the same thing? I'll just get it for you, it's here. But in essence, what this young man was saying to us was, he had a meeting with the CEO of ANN7. ANN7, in essence, were going to take over the news channel of SABC and rebrand it. SABC was going to provide the venue and provide the HR. ANN7 or TNA, I'm saying AN7/TNA, were going to take the advertising, and we'll give you a copy of that. That was to summarize what he was saying. I'm raising this, I don't want you to comment, so I'm raising this because this is the second person that came to this committee saying the initiator was ANN7 and not SABC. It's the second person that has said this. And I asked you twice, and you twice has said to us that, no, from your understanding, and maybe you were at a distance from the technical stuff, so I'm not arguing that you're right or wrong, that was your understanding. I'm just raising it because I think what was disturbing this morning for the first time was that it became blatantly clear to us that some participants are not taking this commission seriously. You, Dr. Ngubane, said you were not involved or didn't get involved in the Dick Foxton publicist issue that we spoke about earlier. Under oath, Dlamini said you did, and I quoted it. Under oath, Vuyo Mvoko said Morning Life diverts resources to ANN7, spends up to R500,000. You, sir, said that there's no cost to ANA to SABC. Point number 3 and 4, I think, are linked. The assertion by both Mr. Masinga and Mrs. Dlamini seems to suggest that it was ANN7 TNA that were the initiators of this whole marriage that we have between the SABC and TNA. You said to us, sir, that the initiator certainly, when it came to a board level, was Phil Masinga. Now, I beg your pardon, Phil Molefe, I beg your pardon. And that's why I'm raising it, sir. I'm just raising it with you so that you understand that we'll never compromise the integrity of this committee's work. There are at least 4 incidents where there were, for the first time in the 3 weeks that we've been working, direct contradictions. Direct contradictions. And both can't be the truth. So we're going to have to find a way, members, of verifying these things. And we will throw the book. We will throw the book at those that have undermined Parliament in this respect. I've deliberately made notes of them, so I'm just reminding you, sir, and I'm saying these were yours. We certainly will follow these up. Somebody has misled Parliament. Somebody has not taken us seriously. And somebody has to pay the price for it. There can't be such grave contradictions. It's not even an emphasis of whether it's grey or white. One is saying I did, one is saying I didn't. One is saying they initiated, the other one said they initiated. One is saying that the costs are for SABC, the other one is saying the costs are... It's just too scary for us not to take. So I thought I would raise that to summarize it, members, that by the end of our report, we will highlight these, because this is perjury, this is deliberate misleading. Everybody that I've quoted spoke under oath except Dlamini, who gave us an affidavit. And I think somebody must go to jail. Quite frankly, somebody must go to jail if we find it out. It's just no ways that we can have this type of thing. So I thought, for your purposes, so that you don't hear it in the street, at least that's what we're going to do to follow up from this inquiry, because for the first time it's become blatantly clear to us that something is not correct in terms of the evidence. In our last meeting, J.L. Mahlangu said he's getting a sense that something might not be correct. But today, it became evident that something definitely is not correct. But anyway, sir, we thank you for your time and for your upfrontness and for cooperating with us. As we've said with everybody else, and we welcome if you're going to leave that report with us, as we've said with everybody else, we are going to begin writing our report in earnest after the next hearing. And that report will be given to members to be considered up to about the 24th. So, Dr. Ngubane, if there's anything between today and the 24th that you might want to bring to our attention that to re-emphasize or to clarify, you would have that opportunity until the 24th, at which point this committee will write a report. So thank you very much for attending. you still have until the 24th if there's anything you want to bring to our attention. Beyond the 24th, we will start our report on the basis of the interactions that we've had with you today. Thank you very much, sir. Members, we have one more. And as usual, when we break, we'll normally go to V118 just to debrief and evaluate what we've done. Not 118. V8, yeah, just to get a debriefing immediately, this is done. But I see you want to raise your hand. Let me take Dr. Ngubane, then I'll come to you, sir, if you don't mind. Otherwise, this is the end of this part of it, sir.
Well, yeah. Well, thank you, Chairperson. As I said, I did not have enough time to prepare as well as I would have wanted to, but I've got the legal preparation I did. There are far more detailed documents at SABC which I've not been able to get my hands on. We would like to get the draft report when it comes out so that we can comment and see where the deficiencies from our side have been. Thank you.
You are free to leave, sir, if you so wish, unless this question, it can't be directed to Doctor, because I've closed that part of it. All right, you're free to go. But yes, sir, you want to raise something quickly?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to raise a matter that we discussed as a committee and resoluted on yesterday. And indeed, it has nothing to do with Dr. Ben Ngubane. It's about our feeling as the UDM. We respect, obviously, the decision that we took yesterday around the issue of Mr. Motsoeneng, Claude Motsoeneng. But I think it's important for us to place it on record that the United Democratic Movement feels that in the interest of fairness and natural justice, we should give Mr. Claude Motsoeneng an opportunity to respond to everything that has been said about him in this committee. So that, because remember, we're going to produce a report that's going to implicate him somehow. It centers around him. Everything that we've discussed so far centers around him. I know that, for instance, that Chairperson, I don't want to put you on the spot and the back foot by saying we discussed this matter here, but we'd like to request that the committee reconsiders or opens another discussion in future over the next few days around that matter. Thank you so much, Chair.
All right. I think we had but there is something that has been brought by Honorable Kwankwa. We will note it, and we will. Yeah, I don't want to open it up because we've got visitors here. We are going to evaluate this. So can we close it, having noted what he said, and then we'll decide how we take it forward. Is that all right, sir? Okay. Thank you very much. It is 1:30 because we are running very late. I'm sure. Oh, okay. Can we agree, honourable members, that we are back here at 2:15? Gives us 45 minutes? No? Yeah, all of us are going to have to change flights, unfortunately. 2 o'clock. It's fine, I don't mind. Half an hour lunch, 2 o'clock? All right, half an hour lunch. We'll be here at 2 o'clock. Can members just remain seated as you are? Members just remain seated.